What about your members or officials? That's where my concern is. Your license, what about your officials?
Yeah, they are. They are with it. They are. On the annual report. Annual report. On the annual report. On the license. You want the license? I only have non-nationals over the period from page 111.
Hello.
No, I'm just saying over the 5 years.
Wow, no trainer this time.
Only the non-nationals, not the non-national
Oh,
license.
100%. Because are you not working from home? Out there,
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Didn't you want to put this? Oh, Makweni. Oh.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. All right. I saw Tamanvana picture here somewhere. No.
Good morning, colleagues, members. Let's proceed. Our meeting is scheduled to start at 9:30. We're 2 minutes behind. Let's kindly ensure that all our phones or gadgets are on silent so that they don't disturb the meeting. And thank you once again for making it through to the Portfolio Committee meeting. Let's welcome the AG. We haven't seen them in the longest time. I think the last time we had an engagement with them or have seen them was last year in November. Other faces were familiar with each other. So let's welcome you back to be able to take us through your report and your findings in both JICS and DCS. So members, once again, welcome. I know mostly we arrived very early, before 8 or 8:10. By the time we get to 3 o'clock, our energy level might be depleted. We do have energy boosters, slow mags, which made us to survive the whole of Eastern Cape last week, to be able to boost our energy so that we're able to conclude with today. Today is not an ordinary day. Normally, our Portfolio Committee meeting sits on Tuesdays. We applied to sit today to be able to deal with the annual report or to conclude the BRRR process. Because of today, it's the cutoff date that were given by the House Chairperson for all portfolio committees, so that then we can begin to engage on the recommendations that we're putting as the Portfolio Committee to the House. Members, we have the draft agenda, I think, before you, which one, it's opening and welcome, which I have already done in welcoming everyone in the meeting. And 2 would be apologies that we have received. And 3 would be the overview of 2024-2025 annual report on DCS and JICS by the Auditor General. And 4 would be the overview on the annual report by the Minister. 5 would be the department taking us through the annual report. 6, it's a correction. They wrote 7, supposed to be saying 6. Would be briefing by the Judicial Inspectorate on the annual report. And 7 would be closure. With that amendment of 6 being briefing by JICS and then 7 being closure, it's just the typing error by the team that they've made. I'm not sure I'm the only one who has that typing error. I think most of them have that typing error. So yeah, that is the proposed draft agenda, colleagues, before you. Before we can start with the meeting, can I have a mover and the seconder so that we start? Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that we adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
And I will second that proposal.
Thank you so much. The agenda is fully adopted. We can then proceed with the order of precedence as it is. We'll move to item number 2, apologies that we've received. Sia, please take us through.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the meeting. Chair, we received quite a number of apologies today. Now, we have one apology from the Deputy Minister. She won't be able to attend. She's a family, I think it's a family bereavement. And I'm aware that the Minister will be joining us soon after the briefing of the AG. In terms of from our members, Honourable Klute has indicated that he also has a family emergency to attend to him, so he might have to be excused early. Honourable Muela is attending a meeting, oversight visits of international relations, and Honourable James is attending the ERO committee. Honourable Kubisa Ngaba and Honourable Hendricks and Honourable Diale tendered their apologies. They can attend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are apologies we've received, and they will be taken as noted. I was worried yesterday when the team was doing a roll call of members' availability for today's meeting. The quorum for us to be able to start any portfolio committee meeting would be 6 members, inclusive of myself. So we do have a quorum because we've exceeded 6. We're 8 members present. Or 7, actually. So the apologies will be taken as noted. Then we'll move to, before we move to item 3, can we kindly introduce one another in the meeting so that at least we have a sense who's here and who is supposed to be here, so that also AG knows who are here representing both JICS and DCS. I will start with members. Our far right corner is Honourable Klute. Next to him is Babgasa. Next to him is Honourable Shangase. Next to him is Honourable Sokopo. Next to him is Honourable Niehaus. And next to Honourable Niehaus is Honourable Engelbrecht. We are supported by Ms. Nomandla. And then we have Ms. Sowazi, Mr. Matabata, and then the committee secretary, Sia. Mr. Mtonjeni, I must stop calling you Sia. I think AG, you will then start. You'll be followed by JICS, and then DCS will be the last. Ompe?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. I'm Umpimete Setebe, the Senior Manager on the Correctional Services Audit from AGSA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Honourable Members. I'm Michelle Margaman, the Business Unit Leader from the Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members. I'm Tiens Elof. I'm the Engagement Manager for Correctional Services.
Morning, Chairperson, Honourable Members. The name is Songezo Makula. I'm the Specialist Stakeholder Relations and Advocacy from the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. I'm Inspecting Judge Edwin Cameron.
Let's start it at the corner and then go with it up until Dr. Musoma. You can start.
Good morning, I'm Carol Stradon from the Office of the National Commissioner.
A very good morning, Chair and Honourable Members. I'm Singabakungumalo from Correctional Services.
Good morning, Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Sihle Zegalala from the Department of Correctional Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Tulani Fagut. I'm the Parliamentary Officer to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. I am Dipuo Luedo, the Assistant PA to Minister Groenewald.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Unai Vesels. I'm the PI and MLO in the Ministry.
Good morning, Chair and members. Peter Killian, Chief of Staff for Minister.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Vuyo Zako from the Office of the Minister.
Good morning, Chair and members. Rapulu Professor Muhlaba, JICS. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. I am Tembelihle Nhlanzi Ngema from JICS. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and members. I am Tombizodwa Sibuta from JICS.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Eddie Beribas from JICS.
Good morning, Chair and members. Sibonile Chiliza from JICS.
Morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, our Honourable Judge, National Commissioner, and all the other colleagues here. I'm Vic Missa, CEO of JICS. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, National Commissioner. My name is Mpo from JICS.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Good morning, National Commissioner. Good morning, AGS. My name is Cynthia Ramolipo from Correctional Service.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Rian Botha. I'm from Correctional Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Honourable Members, National Commissioner, Judge, and all the colleagues. My name is Leboham Marumule, Chief Financial Officer, Department of Correctional Services.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee. I am Joseph Katanga from Department of Correctional Services.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members and National Commissioner. My name is Anna Molepo from the Department of Correctional Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members and the National Commissioner. I'm Zodwa Mthethwa from Correctional Services.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Inspecting Judge, National Commissioner, members of the AG. I'm Linda Bond. I am the CDC Human Resources Management and Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Honourable Members. Inspecting Judge, the National Commissioner. My name is Evans Maponya. I'm the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for IT.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. I have this problem. And Honourable Members. Also, good morning to the Inspecting Judge, the colleagues from JICS and the AG. Honourable Chairperson, I'm going to request that I correct one thing, that I just mentioned the titles of the colleagues that are here because they introduced themselves with their names only. So the Ms. Ramulifi is the CDC responsible for remand detention, and Dr. Buota is responsible for incarceration and corrections as the acting CDC. And Mr. Katenga is the CDC responsible for strategic management. Ms. Mulepo is the CDC responsible for rehabilitation. And Ms. Mtetwa, next to her, is responsible for community corrections in an acting capacity as a CDC. I am Mahoti Samuel Tobachale, the National Commissioner of the Department of Correctional Services. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members, Inspecting Judge, AG members, and senior managers of correctional services. My name is Zodwa Musuma. I'm the Deputy Commissioner, Executive Management in the Office of the National Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for the introduction. We can then give the AG to take us through their overview on the 2024-2025 financial year report to both DCS and JICS. I know most chunk is on DCS, but they will be able to take us through why on JICS there isn't much, but yesterday we had an engagement which brought some light into some of their findings and their report, which then they will share with the entire portfolio committee. So this session is meant for the portfolio committee. So JICS and DCS will take note of what they're going to say, but there will not be anyone outside AG permitted to respond. So clarities would be sought from members to the AG. And then once we've concluded the session with AG, we'll then get to the DCS to give us their report, and then members will engage on that basis. So I thought I mentioned that so that we don't have anyone wanting to clarify something that the AG would have reported on. You'll get your chance when it's your turn, either as department or as JICS, when you will have to come in and clarify on that basis. I'm not sure who's leading us, Mpe or Tins, or it's yourself. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Tins Ilof will take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members. We're presenting the audit outcomes of the correctional services. What we would like to highlight, I'm not going to delve too deep in this specific slide. I think it's similar to the previous years and additional committees that the members attend. I just want to highlight the slide with regard to the circle, the patty as we call it. We use this specific approach to influence the government structures within national as well as provincial departments to make sure that the culture is created that will support efficiency in the public sector. The first one there is performance. We try to influence performance reporting to make sure entities reporting in terms of their legislative requirements. They're actually doing what they're supposed to do, and that they actually assisted the citizens of the country, the Republic, to make sure that we have service delivery on every level. Then with regard to accountability, the department and the officials must be accountable for the specific action. It's their responsibility. They must report on it, and they must answer questions, for instance, like the Oversight Committee of the Portfolio Committee. Then transparency. The department must be transparent in all the responses to the Oversight Committees. That will enable oversight and also enable the committees as well as the oversight mechanism to give direction on a high level to the specific department. And through this culture initiative of us, we also try to institutionalize integrity within the structures of the entity to make sure everybody is complying with the ethical requirements, the policies and procedures. What we would like to see at the end, it must be like an autopilot the entities must perform in terms of their rules and what is required. Honourable Chair, if I then can move to slide 3. This slide is on a high level to indicate how we approach this influencing structure of us and how we want to change the ecosystem of national government as well as provincial government. If one have a look at the green arrows on this one side of the slide, you will have the officials of a department. You will have senior management. They operate within policies and procedures, plans. They are monitored by senior management. And then we have our accounting officer. In the case of correctional services, that will be the National Commissioner. In the case of JICS, it will be the CEO of that entity. They have the responsibility to oversee the operations of the department. And a very important tool that these officials have, or Commissioner and CEO have, is internal audit as well as the audit committee. It's critical to have these external officials that can support the department doing reviews and also advising the Commissioner and the CEO. They have also specific requirements in terms of the Treasury regulations to perform. Then the highest level on the leadership and decision making in the department is our executive authority. That's the minister, and have certain responsibilities of oversight. The blue arrows on the other side of the slide refer to Parliament, its oversight committees. Portfolio committees, for example, one of the oversight committees. And then we have also the coordinating institutions. We have the National Treasury that must support the department and give direction. We have the Public Service Administration that must, on the level of HR-related matters and also performance information, support the department. Then we have the Presidency. In provinces, we have the Premier's Office. So all of them must support the processes of the department, the bigger control environment. Then we have national leadership, our members of Parliament, and they must support the oversight and make sure that the entities is in the correct directive or correct direction. Now the Auditor General, we try to sit in the middle. That's that circle in the middle. We obtained insights. We are auditing, but we also obtain insights with regard to the value chain. In this case, it will be correctional services. It will be remand detainees, the sentence official inmates, the process, how to keep them safe, care, rehabilitation and social integration. That's the main value chain that this department is responsible. JICS is an external reviewer of certain aspects. They have a very important role that they also need to play. Now, we, through our insights, try to influence the department as well as other role players. And as you see illustrated in our mission as the Auditor General, we like to be one of the preferred institutions that the committees as well as the departments would go for insights. Then through influence, I've indicated we will engage the role players. And then if an aspect is not moving forward, there's issues on the aspect. Parliament have equipped us with the enforcement side of the Public Audit Act. It's the material irregularities, and we will go into that specific area. And all of this is to activate our citizenry, our people on the ground, to receive services, to feel safe, if I think about this environment, and to have people that's reintegrated, introduced in civil society that can contribute. If I can then move forward more specifically to the Department of Correctional Services. Maybe I must just highlight JICS before I start with Department of Correctional Services. As everybody know, JICS is being phased in. From next year, we will have official receiving financial statements from JICS that must be audited by the Auditor General. So the same processes as we followed with correctional services will be followed with JICS. So we will audit JICS. We have already engagements with JICS, the senior leadership of JICS. Just some background why it didn't maybe happen earlier. The systems were not in place. There's many processes that needs to be rolled out. So for accounting purposes and transparency at the moment, it was better and it was agreed with Treasury that JICS is part of the year that we have audited of the financial statements of the Department of Correctional Services. There's a specific note that referred to the transfer payment and how it was managed and transferred to support JICS for execution, just on a high level. Then if I can now move forward to correctional services. If one look at the slide, we have included a graph that highlight the audit outcomes. It's slide 4 of the department. It's similar to the previous year. It's unqualified financially, but there is still material findings, so the category didn't change. Overall, what happened within the department, they have received an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. I will later in the next slide comment more on the financial statements. But similar non-compliance findings were identified as in the previous year, and material findings was also in this year identified on Program 3. We have not material findings on Program 2 and Program 5 that we also scoped on. So it all relates to this specific Program 3. It's mainly due to targets not being well defined. Sufficient supporting evidence could not be provided for reasons on the deviation also, but I will later give more detail on that specific one. Then the second bullet, we acknowledge that the department have implemented controls to ensure that officials behave ethically and comply with the procurement legislation. That's to the best interest of the department. Honourable members, Honourable Chairperson, you would have noted in the financial statements there's a decrease in irregular expenditure and also in the year-end balances of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then with regard to, there's in the audit report a specific procurement non-compliance. It relates to a specific contract where in terms of our understanding the evaluation criteria that was set out was not fully complied with, not for everything but for certain vendors that were appointed or bidders that were appointed in this specific contract. Honourable members and Chairperson, then within the financial statements we have also unauthorised expenditure. We highlighted, it's the second last bullet in the overall message. We have noted that specific and we need to ensure that this unauthorised expenditure is not reoccurring the next year. And then lastly, what's not in the audit report but very important for a department is their systems, that they support them for operational efficiency and effectiveness. So we just highlight that they're still behind on, I think the committee recall on the IM system that we presented in the previous year, as well as delays in other systems that supporting the integrated justice system / database that is utilized by government in total for the safety and security environment. In the previous year, we recommended to the committee to receive feedback and monitor the progress with regard to the information systems, including the Integrated Inmate Management System, IMS, as it's called within the department, and other IJS-related projects. We indicated it's still in progress. I will later just give more detail with regard to the IMS and some of these projects. Then also we proposed that the Portfolio Committee monitor and obtain progress reports with regard to finalisation of investigations and the backlog of cases in the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure registers for consequence management. The department made some progress. I will also illustrate in one of the slides to just highlight the issue, but there is still challenges in that regard. The balances of fruitless, wasteful and irregular expenditure have decreased in the annual report that gives the total amount. Honourable Chair, members, if I can then move forward to slide 5, financial statements, accounting of financial performance. We commend the department for submitting financial statements that are free from material misstatements. This is an indicative item of adequate financial record keeping and monthly controls embedded in their systems. That's on the financial side. You will also see the financial management controls that we have listed. The bars, we didn't have any significant issues with regard to record keeping, daily monitoring controls, in year-end reporting, so it's that quarterly reports that the portfolio will also receive, as well as the monitoring and compliance thereof. The impact thereof, by having excellent financial statements, the Portfolio Committee and Oversight Committees can rely on that financial statements to take it forward. Then with regard to the next slide, unauthorized expenditure. If one evaluates the financial statements, one would note that irregular expenditure increased from the previous year from 614 million to 677 million. So it's a 10% increase in unauthorized expenditure. We recommend that the department needs urgently to analyze the expenditures and determine areas and opportunities that they can deliver on a reduction of expenditure. That's critical. If one not just look at correctional services, this is a pressure on government in total, also in other departments. Linked to that, but not audit findings, is the financial health of the department. If one evaluates the financial statements, it would be noted that the contingent liabilities, that's the unconfirmed balances with other departments and entities, and specifically property management trading entity, have increased from the previous years. That account 20.5% of the next year's vote, if they need to expense all in one specific year, and if it's valid claims. So that's a very important factor to take note. And also the bank overdraft have increased to 1.5 billion this specific year. That's for correctional services. And it mainly relates to the unauthorized expenditure of the previous years as well as the current year. If you add it together, you'll get more or less that specific balance. If I would have adjusted the department into a public entity or a private sector entity, one would note that the accrual adjusted current as well as long-term is in a negative. So there are pressures on the departments, and that's why it's very important that they attend to that recommendation of us to make sure that they utilize all opportunities to decrease expenditure within their vote to comply with the vote of the next year. If I can then move forward, Honourable Chair, members, to slide 7, irregular expenditure. What we did here is we highlighted in the first graph the irregular at year end, previous year, as well as in this specific year. Honourable members, you would note that they decreased from 9.2 to 7.7 million. That's a decrease or reduction of 17%. We commend the department for the decrease. As I've indicated previously, leadership is monitoring it and implement preventative controls to ensure it's not reoccurring. But we still encourage the department to take it forward and make sure that the controls are in place to prevent, if possible, all irregular expenditure. That would be the ultimate goal. The causes of the 7.7 million is failure to comply mainly to supply chain issues, prescripts, as well as not complying with the preferential points in evaluating the bids and quotations. Proactive contract management, because there were some of the contracts or quotes that was actually overspent in terms of the amounts. And then there was other issues like, for instance, a valid tax certificate or meeting the CIDB requirements, the Construction Industry Development Board requirements. Then another item in the audit report, you would have identified that there's a non-compliance on procurement and contract management. This relates to one contract that we have evaluated. It's I call it a panel of service providers implemented by the department. We have identified some of the awards were not done or evaluated in terms of the original bidding document. For the department, the contract was implemented at the end of the financial year, but at the end of the financial year, no expenditure was yet incurred. So we make a recommendation to the department to evaluate and analyze the specific awards that we have mentioned to the department, as far as possible to prevent irregular expenditure going forward. It's not one individual, there's a list of panel members so they can move around within the panel currently if they agree to it. The impact of irregular expenditure, I think it links back to the breach of the 5 pillars of procurement. It's not equitable, fair, cost-effective, transparent, and competitive. It depends on the type of item that is identified. And then it opens the department for legal challenges if it's known, and also suppliers that can dispute, and it can result in future irregular expenditure. That's the impact on not complying to the specific items. If I can move then to the next slide, slide 8. Dealing with irregular expenditure. This is also a very important graph for the Portfolio Committee to take note of. One would start with consequence management, looking at the closing balances of the previous year. Then as part of our process of auditing it, we take the closing balance of the previous year and the current year that we're auditing and make sure that investigations is implemented. If it's finalized, we evaluate it. And if somebody was found guilty, we make sure the steps are taken against these officials. Now, as a background, we started 2023-24 with an opening balance of 6.9 billion. During the year, the department addressed 1.72 billion of these cases that was registered on the irregular register. At the end of 23-24, the previous financial year, we were left with 5.2 billion. That then moved over to the new opening balance of year-to-date cases of irregular. During that specific year, the year that we audited, the department have addressed 2.4 billion of the total balance, and the remaining balance is 2.8 billion. Now, one would ask the reasons. We have included the table or the column, the graph next to it. Reasons for irregular not being dealt with timeously. I think I must just highlight the fact that there's a volume of cases. I started an audit a few years ago, and there were no action movement. And then during this few years, the department have implemented investigations. And some of these investigations are also difficult. It's the number of cases, late allocation of investigators, because you need people to have an understanding of procurement and contract management to make a proper ruling on the specific instances. And then a new requirement was implemented during the financial year by National Treasury. It's with regard to the framework of irregular, fruitless and wasteful, and it requires assessment of all cases that's still in your register with regard to determining if it's irregular and to certain procedures to do for investigation. So the department have to do all of that, if not done, over again. If I can then move forward to the next slide. Similar to fruitless and wasteful, I will just highlight the balances because one can see it's managed as a package, as an investigation package. The closing balance of the previous year was for 23-24 was 20.1 million. In that specific year, they have addressed 137 million, and we were left with 20.9 million that was transferred. Of that 20.9 million, 7.8 million was addressed in the year through consequence management or any items that they have identified to justify that specific aspect. That's leaving us with 13.8 million for the new year that the department must proactively investigate and perform consequence management on. The root causes is exactly the same as for irregular because it's managed as a global pot. If I can then move forward to reporting on performance information for service delivery. I will start in the middle, quality of performance reports. As the honourable members and chairperson recall from last year, the department have submitted an annual report with material adjustments last year, and the end result was also unqualified opinion on performance information. This year it was a bit different. We have received an annual report with certain material statements in, as well as the audit report have issued material findings on program 3. We have listed the items on the side of the slide indicating it's in program 3. Program 2 and 5 is still, as we would call it, a clean audit outcome. It specifically relates to spiritual care services. The way of the percentage of inmates receiving spiritual care was calculated, allowing some of the inmates to be accounted more than once. This caused the reported performance information to be higher as actual. The next indicator is social work services. The percentage of offenders, parolees, and probationers receiving social work services should have been based only on new offenders. That's the definition in the TDI, the technical indicator. The measure that was applied is to report on all sentence officials. Evidence for supporting the information was also not available. That made the reporting on the indicator unreliable for use by the committees. Then with regard to general education and training, it's not the target, but it's the motivation for exceeding or be below. We couldn't receive information on what we have received for that is different. That is reported in the motivation for exceeding. The impact, therefore, is that it's unreliable with regard to these indicators that we have given. The committee as well as Parliament can't utilise it or public be updated accurately on this. Finding, the main root cause finding or key finding that we have identified there, senior management didn't implement added controls to ensure the indicators are properly formulated in terms of the measurability and compliance with the framework. So it's not properly defined, as well as the measures to report on it, how to get the appropriate evidence to support that indicator. So that controls must be looked at within the department. If one look at the controls, that horizontal bars that we have included there, it relates to proper record keeping. Daily controls were in place in here and reporting controls, but it relates to proper record keeping, review and monitoring of compliance. This is the performance information. If I then could move forward to the next slide, it's a slide on the IT environment. It's the responsibility of an accounting officer and the CEO to implement the necessary control environments as the accounting officer. We have identified this over various of years. If the portfolio could remember, in the previous year we have also reported on the IT environment. What we found is that the IMS process is still delayed. There's an arbitration process that we found. That's the rollout of the IMS module, specifically with regard to remand detainees, to be rolled out to other centres within the department. And then we also found the electronic monitoring project, the infrastructure development and upgrades. The security visual solutions are still in process, either due to planning not completed, project plans not approved, or procurement delays, or dependency on a broader infrastructural projects managed by Justice as part of the IJS systems. There's now some deficiencies and backups in the systems. Antivirus is not implemented fully within all areas of the department. And the root causes, I think IMS, the main root cause currently is that arbitration process. That's halting the department to effectively move forward. Then with regard to the compliance on the other projects that's supporting the integrated justice system, it is that it's linked to availability of funds, project management, and that projects have been extended to 2027, March 2027. So that could also have an effect on the department. Impact, there's still, the department can't fully utilize IMS or roll it out within the department due to this arbitration process. The other systems not being fully implemented within the department, and very important, the infrastructure of the department. It must be updated. It's an old infrastructure. The connectivity is not very well to make sure that this systems is properly introduced. That hamper the department to being effective and efficient. You don't have systems that support you to get reports that you can just generate out of the system to report on in terms of your performance information. So it will be to the department's advantage if this is implemented, and it will also enhance reporting to oversight structures, because you could get the information in time. It's not taking a lot of resources, and it's more accurate. With regard to the next slide, governance and institutional capacity, we still identify vacancies within the department. It increased to 13.5% in the current year that we audited, not in the current financial. The senior management vacancies stood at 30.7%. There were 61 positions in senior management level that were vacant for more than 12 months. And we also sort of evaluated the reasons behind it for these delays in appointing. Honourable Chair and members, you must take note on the restrictions that was placed on the department. One is budget. Two is that they must receive approval from public service department for appointment of these staff. So it's a process that needs to be followed. But what the department did, they did some appointments, and they assessed and prioritized critical services positions. They filled some of these positions as the needs require them to be filled. And also important, the department have implemented a proactive process. We have also noted that people within the department or the structure is aging, so they know when people is going on retirement. So the department is proactive in this and filling that specific positions in terms of a proactive plan. We just highlight the IT vacancies. I think it's critical that one look at IT, because that's actually the base, the platform for the department to move forward and to be properly resourced to be effective. Governance. The department have an effective internal audit department. As auditors, we can utilize either the work of internal audit or direct assistance that we did a few years ago to support us in auditing bed spaces. But for this year, we only used the internal audit for risk assessment to make sure our risk is proper for the department when we perform the audit. Audit committees, portfolio committee members and chairperson, please take note, there's a new audit committee appointed in terms of our evaluation. They performed their responsibilities. So that structure is now a new structure that's supporting our accounting officer of the department. Then I would hand over to Ongemetsu on service delivery insights. This is not findings that's reported in the audit report. That's what we have observed when we auditing. So it's like a value adding that we would like to bring forward to the portfolio committee and those responsible for oversight. Ongemetsu.
Thank you, Tiens, and thank you, Chair. I will start with the performance against targets. We have looked into the annual performance plan of the department, and we have then confirmed that the key indicators linking to service delivery were then included. However, we noted that there were two key indicators that were not achieved, which were the number of infrastructure projects completed, as well as the percentage of overcrowding in correctional facilities beyond the approved bed space capacity. The impact emanating from the non-achievement of these two indicators is that it would mean that the department then does not have the desired infrastructure projects completed timeously as required, and this would also impact the care and rehabilitation of inmates, where some of the pharmacies and the training colleges are then not completed on time. It also has a bearing also on the some of the bed spaces that would ultimately then be recovered as well as created. In relation to the overcrowding, this has an impact on the safe and secure conditions within which the inmates would then be incarcerated. So it is then important for the department to ensure that there is then improvement in relation to this. Then, Chair, I will take you through the incarceration, where we are noting that the budget at the department for incarceration program was 16.7 billion, which is 60% of the overall department's budget. Also noting that within this program, then there was overspending, as Tiens already spoke to the unauthorized expenditure. We are then recommending to the department to then put in place austerity measures to ensure that they then decrease the overall spending, ensuring that they are spending within the approved budget, as there's also pressures on the fiscus. We are noting that there was an increase in relation to the number of inmates, the total population. We also have provided a graph that there's indicate that there has been an increase of 6% from prior year compared to the current year. We also noted that there is limited budget in relation to the capital projects within the department, and that whole has an impact overall on the department then ensuring that these projects are completed timeously, with about only 2% of the budget relating to capital projects. And then we also noted that this is actually a twofold issue, where also the department needs to work together with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as the implementing agents, to ensure that there is some movement on the creation of bed spaces, to ensure that there is some additional room to accommodate the additional number of inmates. We also noted that while there is sufficient bed spaces for sentenced offenders, the challenge mainly emanates from the high number of remand detainees, who are actually making up 35% of the total inmate population. And that is where the challenge sits. While there's other external factors related to that, we are urging the department to then focus on areas within their control. We are also noting that there is a lack of a unique identifier within the system, and we noted also that on the IMS system, the department had not then captured the ID number fields, and that there were uses of aliases within the department by the inmates. And this would then have an impact and raises concerns around the identification and citizenship of the inmates. We are then recommending that the department put in place measures to ensure that there's compliance with their infrastructure plan, as well as to engage with the other departments and entities within the Justice, Crime, Prevention and Security cluster to ensure that they work together. For example, when DOJ hands over the inmates, the J7 form should be fully completed with the ID number provided so that the correctional services do know who they are then incarcerating. Chair, I'll then move over to the rehabilitation and social and integration slide. We have also provided the budget against the spending, while there is a bit of overspending on Program 3, which is the rehabilitation. On Program 5, there was no overspending, which is social and reintegration. We observed that offenders who were sentenced for less than 24 months do not have correctional service plans in place. And we also observed that the remand detainees do not undergo rehabilitation programs. However, when we were then looking at the parole processes, we did note that there are instances where some of those inmates at a later stage who have had shorter sentences before or were remand detainees for some time, then would have had repeat offending cases. We also noted that some of the offenders would only start their rehabilitation programs when they are closer to qualifying for parole placement. And we are encouraging that they rather have a continuous rehabilitation program in place as opposed to only closer to them qualifying for parole. We also noted that some of the offenders with sexual-related offenses did not have the required mandatory psychological services as part of their correctional service plans, and that some of the repeat offenders who previously revoked their parole conditions were also considered for parole on their new sentences. And we are then saying this then would have an impact such that there's unrehabilitated repeat offenders because there's no effective and timeless continuous rehabilitation taking place. And it is our recommendation that the offender profile and criminal history should be considered by the Correctional Parole Board prior to granting, as well as then for all offenders to then have a correctional service plan in place to then prevent reoffending. Chair, as I approach closure, we summarize the key root causes within the portfolio in relation to all of the findings that we have then raised for your attention. And the first one is that the department did not reprioritize their spending to ensure that the unauthorized expenditure is avoided. And we are recommending that there be austerity measures put in place to ensure that the department then reprioritize funds to also address the impact from the shrinking coffers, and also that there be preventative controls in place to ensure that there is adherence to the SCM prescripts as prescribed by the National Treasury, and for the department to also then ensure that there's a system in place to ensure that there's a unique identifier across board such that they do know who is actually incarcerated within their facilities. And for the department to ensure that there is an infrastructure plan in place, as well as ensuring that they address the lack of adequate reviews on the annual performance plan, as well as upon reporting, ensuring that the indicators within Program 3 are then well defined. Chair, we have then summarized the proposed recommendations to the Portfolio Committee into the 5 points. And the first one is talking to ensuring that the backlog of the cases of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure are then addressed, as well as the monitoring of the construction and the management of the new bed spaces in line with the infrastructure plan. We also have included the recommendation in relation to ensuring that the Portfolio Committee monitors the progress that is made by management in relation to developing mechanisms to ensure that there's a unique identifier and that these ID numbers are actually captured on their systems, and where they do have the IMS, that they are able to then utilize the modules that have been rolled out already. And then in relation to the performance information, that the department then ensures that there is indicators that are included in the annual performance plan are actually well defined. And the lastly, Chair, is to ensure that the strategies that are developed and implemented by management in ensuring that expenditure does not exceed the voted funds. Chair, that is our presentation. Thank you.
You are covered. You don't want to add? You're fine. Thins, you are fine?
Yes, Chair.
Thanks, Umpemedzi, for the recommendations that you have put. Members, this is the AG's report on its overview on. Before we could take questions, please explain why we don't have JICS. I know why, but kindly explain to the portfolio committee members, because this entirely only had DCS.
Thanks, Chair. We can only audit once we receive financial statements. At this point in time, I think there's still discussions between JICS and National Treasury in terms of how they will structure themselves. Therefore, we could not audit JICS at the present moment.
Thank you so much for that, so that everyone fully understands and can comprehend that the reasons why we don't have an overview on the AG's report with regards to JICS. Members, let's note hands for clarities or questions with regards to the AG's report. Engel, Honorable Niehaus, Honorable Sokopo. Before you come in, on page 7, on the irregular expenditure and the reasons, I just want to find out a clarity from me before I give members. It's on the non-compliance observed, and especially with regards to the panel of service providers to supply and deliver nutrition products. Were you able to evaluate all contracts, all the those who awarded contracts, or roughly how many have you gone through to be able to give us this observation? That's the. So what I will request you guys do, kindly note questions or clarities of members, and then immediately they've concluded, then you'll come on board to respond. In that sequence, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the AG for their report. I have 5 questions. The first is on IT systems and inmate identity. Your report on pages 11 and 15 states that the integrated inmate management system is stalled and that the system lacks unique identifier for inmates, leading to unreliable data. What is the single greatest impediment to resolving this, and what is the specific risk to the state if this remains unresolved? Then on consequence management, the closing balance for irregular expenditure remains at 2.81 billion, as indicated on page 8. What is your assessment of the root cause of the slow pace in investigating and resolving these cases? Is it primarily a lack of capacity, a lack of political will, or flaws in the new PFMA compliance framework? On unauthorized expenditure and financial health, The department's bank account was overdrawn by 1.54 billion, as indicated on page 6. Given this precarious cash position and the rise in unauthorized expenditure, how sustainable are the department's current spending patterns, and what is the most immediate financial risk it faces? On performance reporting, you find that performance indicators for rehabilitation and spiritual care were unreliable, as indicated on page 10. To what extent can the committee trust the department's reported achievement in its annual performance plan if the underlying data is flawed? And lastly, repeat findings and accountability. Your report identifies repeat findings, particularly in IT governance and supply chain management. In your professional opinion, is there a visible and effective accountability mechanism holding senior management responsible for addressing these reoccurring issues? Thank you.
Thank you in the absence of the chair, and also thank you to the members of the Auditor General who have given us the report. You know, this meeting today, as far as I'm concerned, is probably the most important meeting that we can have as a portfolio committee, dealing with the budgetary review recommendations report, because it really gives us the overall indication of the health of the department. And on a personal level, that is really the reason why I also made an effort to be here today, because I think if one doesn't deal with these issues, one doesn't have a proper understanding of what the department is about. Personally, I should have been still in bed, and I'm supposed to be booked off until the beginning of November, but I thought it was important to come. Let me make a couple of comments. I think we should applaud the department for the fact that they have managed to bring irregular expenditure down. But my concern is, and I think this is the more significant issue, the issue of unauthorized expenditure. Because as far as I can see, unauthorized expenditure actually should even be taken more seriously than irregular expenditure. And I want to know from the AG, what kind of steps do they suggest should the department put in place in order to deal with this issue, and also because there must be accountability in order to hold those who are responsible for this increase in the annual unauthorized expenditure responsible for that. So that is the first point I wanted to make. The second issue that I want to raise really relates to the problem of the IT management. Because as far as I'm concerned, IT management is absolutely critical for this department to be able to function effectively. If you look at the ability of the department to have a proper overview of what is happening in terms of the whole correctional services prison population, without proper IT management, without a proper understanding also of what is happening in the various IT issues and as they relate to the IGS, the department is unable to address some of the challenges which there is within the whole service line, in the whole provision of the Justice Service Division from the Department of Correctional Services working in the context also of the police and in the context of the Department of Justice. And it is for me a very, very serious concern, and I want to hear what the AG is saying about the fact that we consistently hear from the department that they are dealing with this issue of IT, but they are ineffective in the implementation thereof. This continues. We've had previous meetings where this issue was raised, and I hear the problem, but I never hear an answer on the solution and how to get out of this problem. It also very disconcertingly relates to the problem of how you identify your prison population and make sure that you know who you have in the Department of Correctional Services under their custody. And very disconcertingly for me, Honourable Chair, is the issue that there seemed to be an inability to fully identify, especially those that are classified as undocumented foreigners within the Department of Correctional Services custody. Now, surely, and the economic freedom fighters has been very clear about this, that the issue of the problem of undocumented foreigners is about the documentation process of identifying those foreigners and then dealing with understanding their circumstances and interpreting it in terms of their real identity and then process them. The department is unable, it seems to me at this stage, to assist us with that documentation process. And that is a matter of serious concern. In terms of the issue of overcrowding, I think it is very disconcerting that the department has not added any extra beds in correctional services facilities over this financial year, if I understood correctly what your report is saying. Because that obviously relates, it's not the only reason, but it obviously relates to the fact that we have an increase in the prison population. And some of the assessments that you as the AG have made about what is happening within the conditions under which prisoners are living, I think must be related on the one hand to the fact that there's this increased overcrowding. On the other hand, also that there's a considerable number of staff, especially senior staff, that continues to be unfilled positions. Therefore, the resource to deal also with the management of this increased prison population is not there. And this overall condition under which prisoners live with overcrowding, I believe, relate very strongly to the increase in the number of unnatural deaths that we've seen. And Chair, I've raised this concern before, and I need to raise it again, that I do not fully accept the figures that are being given to us, especially about those prisoners that have committed so-called suicide. I believe it does relate to the conditions under which these prisoners find themselves and the manner in which they get treated. So JICS also has raised that before, and I don't want to jump forward to the eventual report that we will receive from JICS. But I think the issues that the AG had raised about this is truly disconcerting. And then finally, what I wanted to raise is my deep concern about the manner in which we seem to have a situation where parolees, those that have now reached the point where they could apply for parole, only at that point they get integrated into the rehabilitation and assessment process in the department. So now this is, for me, if I understand it correctly, no longer a process of the department right from the moment that a prisoner enters its doors, is going through an assessment of understanding what needs to be done in order to help that prisoner to be rehabilitated. But the whole issue of rehabilitation now becomes simply a tool because there's an application for parole, which undermines what the whole process of rehabilitation actually should be all about. And it seems to me that this is something which the department needs to look into very, very carefully. Because I was concerned, it's not raised in this report, and I'm concluding with that, Chair, I was concerned that it seems that the parole process in the department has become part of the process of trying to alleviate overcrowding. And to my shock, I heard at the summit that we had on parole that there were even some percentages or quotas given for the various parolees to be released in order to assist with overcrowding. Now, I want to hear what the Auditor General says about that, because as far as I'm concerned, this is a total, utter anomaly. It should not be part of the process, and we cannot use parole as a almost ingrained system of trying to reduce prison numbers. Parole must be based on the basis of the process of rehabilitation that the prisoner has gone through, and whether that prisoner is indeed able to be rehabilitated, and on that basis parole is granted. And then lastly, it's also something that the AG has raised, and this is, what do you say about the number of returnees to prison who have already in the past reoffended and also have broken parole, that is once again given parole by the Department of Correctional Services? I think this is something which seriously affects the safety of our nation, and all of us should be very concerned about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think on few issues I am covered by the two previous speakers, my colleagues. I welcome the report, and I'm sure one would have drawn from the report some questions that will be relevant to the department and not necessarily to the AG. But Chair, I wanted to check, and the AG must help me, schooling me here. You have identified, and I would want to believe it's a mistake, it can't be deliberate unless you raise it different, that non-compliance, tax compliance, and or not having CIDP and still be awarded aid hand. What is are you just flagging it? And if it is continuous, what permission do you have, or what provision does the law makes to the AG, whether to refer it to National Treasury for that to have something to deal with. My last question, as I said, some of it has been captured. In a financial year, how often do you visit DCS before the actual final report that today we are engaging here? The reason, Chair, I'm asking this question because I want to check, are you in a position to assist, giving advice or guide to circumvent some of the findings that we find ourselves in your latest report as a AG? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, members, for the questions and clarities. Ompe, you guys can then be able to take us through the responses.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start and then I'll hand over to the team. In terms of the panel, the contract on the nutritional services, we did audit the full tender process, so all the bidders. We had a few that we gave to the department in terms of what are the deficiencies that we found there, and those are the ones that resulted in the non-compliance. So the department has a listing of the ones we have concerns on, and the ones that we're saying that once, if they start using those panel members, because it's a lot, it will be on a rotational, but if they use the ones that we flagged, it then will, they will incur irregular expenditure in the current year. So the department is aware of that, and I believe they're working on seeing how they can resolve that matter. In terms of the system, and we fully agree that the lack of a unique identifier has got a lot of consequences. It's got consequences that if your system is not even integrated, you won't even know that if there's a repeat offender. You won't know whether the person was convicted in Gauteng and now they're in Western Cape. So the importance of an IT strategy that is fully monitored and the IT head also held accountable for those milestones is extremely important. The fact that we are almost paused because of the arbitration process is we need to find a way to work around it. Because the more it's paused, the more the problem is. There's more inmates increasing, so you're not able to also manage your own processes. So that IT strategy is critical, but it needs to be monitored. You can have a strategy, however, it just sits there. But we need to find a way to work around it. And I think we've raised the unique identifier even last year, because even for us, it was difficult for us to even analyze the data to say, what are your inmates? How old are they? Where are they? Where do they come from? Are they repeat? And that data is critical for you to make decisions. If you don't have that data, you won't even know if you do have undocumented foreigners or if it's just people that are here. So we cannot say that. So decision making will become very important once that system comes into play. In terms of the parolees, so it was our first year. I think we were also, last year we started with the planning of it, but this year we went and audited properly in terms of the integration and rehabilitation process. We did a more in-depth audit. However, we are still, because it's insights, we are still working on growing that audit. But what we do see is what we've raised now to say, I think we need to, there needs to have a bit more focus on this, because even if you look at how the targets were crafted, it was not, we were saying it's not useful. So in terms of your annual report, although we are happy with the other programs that we audited, this one is not necessarily reliable in terms of what they've reported. So we just need to make sure that we look at those targets. I think when we did the annual performance plan review for the 25-26, those areas we were comfortable that they were corrected. So I think for 25-26, we should be fine in terms of the planning there. But I think the parole process, as we start the new audit, we will also engage with the department just to see how far they are with the program 3 in terms of resolving those issues. And a number of the inmates that Umpimetsi was saying that it's more the overcrowding that we see is in the remand detainees. And maybe there we can look at what is it that we want to do with the remand detainees, because maybe some of them don't have such serious crimes. What then do we do? Maybe to avoid the overcrowding, and also maybe give them rehabilitation. I think that's the suggestion, maybe from an audit perspective, to say some of them are fairly young. What then do we do? Unlike putting them into a system, and some of them you find they come back into society, they're even worse. So what do we do with the remand detainees, especially the younger group? So that maybe that's a discussion that DCS can do. We are the auditors, so we're just giving the observations as we see, as we're doing our job. In terms of the unauthorized, last year it was mainly because of the change in the compensation of employees, the increases that were unplanned. But this year we see that it did fall into some of the business of the correctional services. We have not done a full in-depth analysis of where there can be opportunities. I think we will also assist the department this year as we are going around and looking to see where is it that they can actually save. Is it on buildings? Is it maybe discussions with DPW? So we'll probably do that in-depth analysis now just to see how we can assist, because we did see that a lot of the costs that they're increasing it's your core business, it's incarceration. So what does that mean, and why would there be a jump? Why is there an increase? If it's increase in municipal rates, maybe it's an opportunity to go to the municipalities and see how we can negotiate. But we didn't necessarily see something that is specific that would have increased so much. It's usually your normal day-to-day costs. But we'll do that in-depth analysis, I think, in the current financial year, just to assist the department, because it's now reoccurring for the 2 years, and we don't want it to reoccur again. Let me leave some for my team. Umpimetsi.
Thanks, Michelle. I think also talking to the unique identifier issue, just to indicate that the department is at the tail end where they are receiving inmates for incarceration, and hence we are then encouraging that there be collaboration with also the Department of Justice in relation to this, as the J7 forms are actually coming from there, and they should then be fully completed. We believe that the courts then would know who they have then passed judgment on. So it should be those forms that actually inform the Department of Correctional Services as to who these inmates are. And then for the department to then capture upon admission on their system, so that the data then is available, and they can also work with the Department of Home Affairs. There currently is an MOU that was in draft, but it was mainly in relation to the documented foreign nationals. But this then should be considered for also those who are not then documented. Then looking into the bed space creation, yes, there has been some challenges, and there we are also encouraging the department to then have collaboration with the Department of Public Works as well as the implementing agents. The matter in relation to the infrastructure projects is twofold. So there would be creation of bed spaces, and in the event that there is refurbishment of some of the correctional facilities who might have been perhaps dilapidated, they then would regain in that instance. So both should be prioritized so that they don't lose bed spaces. But we do note that there was some that were regained but not created. And then I think the other ones were comments for our noting in relation to the rehabilitation program. Jens, if I can hand over to you for the other questions.
Thanks, Ompi. Honourable Chair members, I'll try to identify some of the items. With regard to, there was a question on the slide of irregular expenditure. The reason for the 2.8 billion still remaining, we have identified through it that they have addressed certain of the items, the block that's 1.7 that they have addressed during the year. I think one must also realize that if you implement consequence management as part of the investigation, you must make sure you are correct before you have, how can I say, a ruling on that specific item. So the investigation must occur, the individual must be called in, the necessary rules must also be applied. That can also be one of the reasons, because it takes time to have an investigation to the reason for that specific deviation. There's some of the items that's easy. Some person didn't have a valid tax certificate, and the individual could be kept responsible for that. I think what's important is that 7.7 million that we've included, the reasons, the items that we listed must now go for consequence management during this specific year if it's not already being implemented. And then the decision must be taken forward. Is it a valid item? Is the reasons more with regard to the systems within the department that must be corrected? Or is it the individual that's responsible, and the sentence or the ruling to that individual must be rolled out? So it's not, how can I say, quick and easy process. What's happening, we also evaluate the irregular expenditure, reoccurrence. I think that's part of the question. In the audit report, there's a paragraph on reoccurring of irregular expenditure, so we report on it if it's reoccurring in that specific item. Then with regard to IT management, I think most of the questions also relate to IT management. Now for me, if I stand back and I have to look at the department, there's certain processes that you need to implement and coordinate with other individuals, not only linking to IT systems. So maybe think a bit broader. I see the staff as a machine, the processes as a machine to support you while you don't have the necessary systems in place. And I must tell you, the Department of Correctional Services is quite still not integrated. It's still a manual process. A lot of the items that they report to you in the performance information is manually driven. So it will be effective if this systems is actually operating and supporting the department. But the example I want to utilize, we must take note. DCS is at the tail end. We talk about the integrated justice system. Let's take, for instance, that J7. If an inmate or remand detainees bring to a correctional services, if that J7 is not properly completed, and it's a requirement on that form that there must be an ID number, DCS can't record it because that individual is just arriving there. So there's structural problems to make sure you integrate with another department, and that's justice and the police. To have a person arrested, it must actually start at police. They must already make sure this person has an ID number before the sentencing process takes place. Think about if I appear before a judge, they must surely know it's Tien's Elof, this ID number, before a sentence can be issued, or it's a foreigner. So there must be somewhere in the system information about this person, a unique identifier. But that must be rolling through to correctional services. Rehabilitation. There's, if you don't have a person's ID and the systems is not updated, how do you know if that person is not a reoffender? We have inmate numbers. The law requires correctional services to have an inmate number. But we must think broader on how to integrate these systems. Then with regard to the IT systems in DCS itself, this system that we talk about, the possibility exists to have biometrics. The possibility exists that they can be integrated with Home Affairs. But also understand, how can I say, the issues that the department have, the infrastructure, the linkage between correctional facilities, That all must be updated, and I think that must be part of the strategy of the department. You must have first your framework before you can move forward. So there's various items that we must identify, and it links to foreigners also. To have Home Affairs to be involved, Foreign Affairs to be involved. I think inmate population, maybe it's somebody else's responsibility, or there can be some other steps be taken with foreigners. That's the possibilities that must be explored. Parolees were addressed. I think, Chairperson, if we miss something, the members must just highlight.
Okay, thank you so much for that, for the responses. Like I indicated even yesterday when I had the engagements, that at least as the portfolio committee, we were proactive in some of your findings, because we have some of the items that you might have flagged, scheduled for the department to come before the portfolio committee. Your IMS IT-related matter that you have just alluded to things. DCS is to appear before the portfolio committee under the JICS set up on the 28th of October. So which some of your findings will actually be able to assist the committee on that. The issue of non-compliance of contracts that are awarded, or the panel issue that you would have indicated on page 7, they would assist the portfolio committee because the matter equally is scheduled next week on the 21st. So already in our last term quarter, we had identified certain things that were equal as the portfolio committee are worried, but we didn't know at which extent. But now with this, you are actually saying to us we were correct in our worry because of you have flagged them as part of your findings. So which they are going to appear and talk to some of these matters in detail now. The non-compliance of contractors that are already awarded, what is the plan, and all of that. So when they do appear, they will be able to take us in detail. And as indicated yesterday, Umpemetse and things, that if you could also assist with that report of the non-compliance of contractors. I know there were legal issues that we would have spoken to yesterday. It will not be populated, but it will give the portfolio committee an idea of what we're looking at. The number of the panel and how many are non-compliant, as indicated, and what are the provisions of Treasury in that instance? What does the regulations of Treasury, if they are those awarded who are non-compliant, as Honorable Sokopo would have alluded to it, so that at least we go into that meeting next week with a full understanding and brief on how to tackle the meeting, so that we don't get in also be reliant on what the department is going to give us, but at least have some sort of a background from what you would have found when you were auditing the department. So members, was any questions or clarity that you seeked that has not been answered? Some were not questions, but they were more of, comments. Yeah. Any questions that were not answered? Honorable Niehaus?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to get clarity about this whole feeder system from the department, from police, the Department of Justice into correctional services. Because if I hear you correctly, and help me if I misunderstood, are we actually saying that we can have someone who's been arrested by the police, who's been processed by the court, who then ends up going to the Department of Correctional Services and receives a prison number, and you still don't know the real identity of that person? Because that's utterly shocking. To think that you can sentence someone and you don't know who you are sentencing. And Chair, I think on this issue, and I see the heads are shaking in agreement that this is the case, we then need to take the whole matter into the whole integrated justice system, because I can't for the life of myself imagine how we can have a justice system that delivers in South Africa where we don't know who we arrest, where we don't know who we sentence. There's a judge or a magistrate who actually sits in a court and sentences someone, and that magistrate or judge doesn't know who they've sentenced. And then at the end of it, the only thing the department has is a prison number. Because obviously, Chair, what we need to have is that the ID number, the biometrics of that person, all of it must be integrated and linked. And then ultimately, as you say, the Department of Correctional Services is at the end of this service chain. The prison number must then be added to the ID number and to all the other biometrics. Because this has very serious implications, Chair. We can deal with some criminals who are part of the whole issue of sexual offenses, who should be listed on a register, but we do not have the detail. So for me, this is a red flag, which is a massive, massive problem that we are faced with. And it goes way beyond just the issue of undocumented foreigners. It addresses our ability to identify and deal with criminals as they enter the system throughout until the point where they eventually are released from prison, and how we control that process also beyond the release of prison. So if there's any suggestions from your side, and I hope in the meetings that the chair referred to, that we will deal with in terms of the integrated justice system and also in terms of IMS, we will be able to look at this issue. Because we cannot run an effective criminal justice system if we're unable to identify who the criminals are, who we've sentenced, and also what happens to them beyond the prison gates once they're released again. And we cannot register a proper register also of certain offenses such as sexual offenses that we need to register in protection of our nation if we don't have this information. This is a massive problem. Thank you, Chair.
Michelle, do you have a response?
My understanding with the integrated justice system was to have a database that interlinks Home Affairs, SAPS, all the role players in the justice ecosystem. So if that is taking long, the problem that you mentioned is exactly what we're sitting with. So that needs to be monitored. So if the portfolio committee, as you are in the security cluster, can focus on getting this systems moving, because it is very delayed. I don't think we're the only, because we're at the tail end, we're feeling the pinch that's coming from the whole value chain. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think in wrapping up what you would have made indication, I think IGS lies in the Justice Department. It's fully controlled and managed there. And you're correct, Michelle, it should interlink all security cluster departments, including social development as well, which is not in the security cluster, which makes it easy once you get arrested in SAPS, once your things are dodged down in the system. When you go to court already, the courts must be able to retrieve your details. When you are sent to correctional already would have your details there. So it then enables the identification of an inmate on arrival without going through the manual process. So ideally, it's designed for that, but it's doing. In actual fact, even in the last term, Engelbrecht will tell when justice and correctional were still clustered. It was a crisis. There was sometimes the system is down, is not working for weeks. But coming to it with also the J7 form, which sometimes gets to be incomplete or does not get to be sent. We have a scheduled portfolio committee meeting with the Minister of Justice, who has confirmed to come and attend. Amongst other matters, it's the referral part that we want to talk to on the applications to ease the burden of overcrowding, on the 49Gs and the 63A applications. So we'll include the IGS and the J7 forms in that meeting, and which is scheduled on the 18th of November with the Minister of Justice. So, like I indicated, it seems we're proactive enough as the portfolio committee with some of the things that we would have flagged. Hence, we had already scheduled some of these meetings in our court, in our last quarter of the year. So thank you so much for coming through and putting your observations and your findings with regards to the department, and also putting to the portfolio committee the recommendations for us to play our oversight role to the department. I can assure you, like when we met with you last year in November, when you presented, we took some of your presentation and made them our program. We do also appreciate that the department was able to improve in some of the areas. We're going to work with them in this journey as the portfolio committee, and your insight in some of this really assist us as well in playing our oversight role. So we would, I'm not sure if you guys are going to stay through or you would be leaving us, but we do appreciate and thank you. And the information that I would have requested, please, if you would be able to assist, kindly do share. I understood the part Umpemete and things yesterday explained it, and trust me, we'll not go that route until we get a legal team in Parliament as advise us otherwise. We just also want to understand in depth what are we dealing with in some of those observations. So thank you so much. The first part with the AG has concluded. We'll then take a 5 minutes adjournment break. We'll be back at 11:25 to then continue with DCS to give us the annual report. So for now, we are adjourned until 11:25. Thank you.
Likubethe njani ke wena kule case? Was u-Iya? No, Mama. U-Iya was on holiday. Epha endlini engenzi nix. Into yaseDurban was Tuesday. Yimakale test. Yimandithetha. Into ka-Iya yokuya eDurban was 2 or 3 days before kubuye. No. No. I'm saying ukuba ngaba ubufuna ukuyiqonda as umuntu one-concern bakuthi lo mntana ungaze kuwe esiya eDurban. And baba ulibuzile. No, Msisi. No, Msisi.
Umalo wenzani nomandla? Wenzani nomandla? Okay. Colleagues, let's start. We're 2 minutes behind. No, we're 7 minutes. We said we'll be back at 11:25. It's 11:33 now. The 5 minutes break was meant for us to be able to swap the tables now. It was the AG. I see they're still here. And now it's DCS to take us through. Welcome, Minister. So I am not, this part now, we're on item number 4 on the agenda, which will be now an overview of the 2024-2025 annual report, which would be then given to us by the Minister before we can get to the department presenting the annual report. Minister.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, officials, everyone present. Thank you. Honourable Chair, I want to start, if I say, an overview of the previous annual year and giving an overview on that. I'm not going into the finer detail because that is what we're going to receive when we have the presentation on the annual report. I want to start to say that if we look back at the financial year under discussion, the 24-25 started at 1st of April 2024 up to the end of March 2025 this year. I want to start by saying that, in my view, when I became the minister, and after that year, I realized that the Department of Correctional Services was a neglected department. And if I say neglected, I mean by the fact that we must remember that correctional services was combined with justice. And I think the decision from the President to decide to make correctional services a department on its own, doesn't matter who the minister is, was the correct decision. Because the challenges of correctional services, as far as I'm concerned, justifies the fact that it should be a department with its own ministry on its own. To give some examples, there was a backlog of 495 applications for parole of lifers. If we look at our facilities, the conditions in our facilities and the lack of a proper budget, knowing that the budget the previous 5 years were cut with 11.7 billion rands, the increase in the inmate population, and if you add this all up, you should ask yourself, well, you have this increase of inmates, and you have the statistics, about 104,000 sentenced offenders, and I'm talking about round figures more or less, 60,000 remand detainees, where 6 people are waiting more than 10 years in terms of finalizing their court cases. Then it gives you a picture of the neglect, and that's what I mean by neglect. I want to say that we tried our best as a team, the department, and for instance, the 495 applications for lifers, that was up to date by the 3rd of October last year, and as we speak, it's 100% up to date. In fact, I can say to the committee the average turnaround time for an application of a LIFO ending on my desk at this moment is 4 days, where a decision has been taken. So that is, as far as I'm concerned, quite an improvement. If we, for instance, look at our finances, you had the audit report. You will also note that there is an improvement. There are still quite a lot of challenges which we're addressing. And let me say that when it comes to the Auditor General, and I said to them when we had our meeting, I value them in this sense that they are the eyes of places where we don't always see. And the approach, what we must say to each other is to see where can we improve. Not a matter of to say, oh, it is criticism. It is a matter of see how we can improve. I also had a policy to say that we must be transparent and accountable. My department knows that when it comes to accountability and transparency, if something is wrong, say so. Don't try to hide the truth. And I think through the annual period of last year, everybody knows that we came forward, and if certain matters were raised, we addressed it. We did not shy away with that. In that sense, my experience, as far as the Portfolio Committee is concerned, also contributed to the improvement of the circumstances in correctional services. Being for more than 30 years on the Portfolio Committee of Police, I know the value of a Portfolio Committee. And I want to thank the Portfolio Committee and the members that we could take hands to see where the problems are and how we can address the problems and get suitable solutions to that. So what I want to say, even if you look at administration, the National Commissioner and his team, they see where they can improve. They work very hard. If you look, for instance, the number of raids that took place, the volume of contrabands confiscated, as I said, if we see, for instance, more than 40,000 cell phones found in raids, people say, wow, what's going on in correctional services? What is going on there is that people are smuggling in cell phones, which is illegal. But the fact that so many has been found is actually proof that we are at work. And the message is that you may think you can get away with it, but you won't get away with it all the time. So if you look at the statistics, you will see, and the members will see, that there are improvements. Let me say, for instance, we had more than 100 questions received from members of Parliament, mainly from the members on the Portfolio Committee, which we welcome. About 100. And in the JCPS cluster on the review year, we were the only department that has answered all our questions in time, in terms of the rules of Parliament. So it is also proof that we do believe in transparency. At this moment, I can say it's next financial year. I said 100 the previous one under the review. We already received more than 207 questions, and we are up to date as far as that is concerned. I welcome the fact that members of parliament, when they receive the answers, they go to the media. You yourself, Honourable Chair, you have your sessions, media sessions as chairs of portfolio committees. Don't think that we don't take note of it. We take note of that, and the way we take note of that is to see these are justified manners and how can we improve on it. So what I want to say on the political overview, let's continue with that. Let's see how we can enrich each other so that we can say that, and I come back, a neglected department must become the best department in the government. And that is what we are working towards. We work hard, and we will work hard for that. We will continue with that. And with that, Honourable Chair, it's a short overview. The detail of certain statistics, matters, finances, unauthorized expenditure, irregular spending, all that sort of things will be dealt with. And I'm not going to waste time to repeat what we is going to say. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think members will deal with the also input on the overview of the minister once we have holistically gotten the presentation, so that we packaged it as one, not in isolation. So I'm not sure who is taking us through, National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, the attendees, and Honourable Minister. We are going to be taken through by the CDC Strategic Management, CDC Katenga, and the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Marumula. Chair, but just before they do that, I just want to indicate that prior this meeting, we had a meeting with the AG. So the presentations we are going to make today are also going to reflect on the discussions we had with the AG. So I do not want the committee to be surprised when the presenters are going to reflect on those points. Thank you, Chair.
It's noted. We know there are engagements before. Who is leading us first? Katenga?
Yeah. Good morning once again, Chairperson and members, Honourable Minister and National Commissioner.
Before you conclude, you start, Katenga. I don't want to time you.
Okay.
Members received the report in advance, so it would be taken as read by members who would have gone through it. And where I'm sitting, I've seen already 1 or 2 members showing me very long list of questions. So was saying, bear in mind that we do have the report. So when you present, kindly be cognizant of that. But I don't want to time you. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Then maybe on that note, if we can just go to the content, I'll go through just the highlights on the general information and the performance environment. In terms of the audit outcome, I'll skip the issues that the AG has already spoken to. And then I'll just give the highlights of the program performance. Parts C and D, as you've indicated, the report was sent in advance. So the CFO will deal with parts E and H, also in a summary basis. So if we go to slide 8, and this is just the summary information, where we just reflect on the total population, where 96.5% of the population are male. If we move to slide 9, we show that there are 37% or 62,000 offenders are unsentenced. If we go to slide 10, We give a breakdown of the males and females between sentenced, remand, state patients, and involuntary mental health care users. The state patients are also dealt with in terms of our protocol that we have with the Department of Health. Slide 11, if we look at the regional distribution of our inmate population, 24%, which is the highest, is in Gauteng, and then the second highest, 18%, is in the Western Cape. Joint third at 16% is the LMN and KwaZulu-Natal provinces. And then we have the Eastern Cape with the lowest population. Of that population, slide 12, those who are aged between 18 and 25, which is the juvenile and youth categories, make up 10% of the population. And the majority is the adults who are between the ages of 26 and 59, which is about 87.5%. If we go to slide 13, in terms of the distribution of the remand detainees, it also follows the trend of the total inmate population, where the highest population of remand detainees is in Gauteng, followed by the Western Cape. And then KZN at 13% is third. Fourth is the Element at 12%, and then we have Eastern Cape and Free State Northern Cape, which are all at 12%. If we look at just a performance overview on the various elements of our value chain, we start with the issues of escapes and injuries, slide 14. On the left-hand side, we just indicate that we'll see that the number of escapes over the past 5 years has been on the decrease. And 2024-25 financial year, the lowest amount of escapes. And we can see that all the escapees, all 4, were also rearrested. In terms of injuries, we've also had a decline in the number of injuries as a result of reported assaults. And this is mainly due to the effective implementation of the assault prevention plan. We do have, however, the exacerbated situation of overcrowding, inadequate supervision, and inmate access to contraband, which actually does give us these incidents arising. Slide 15 on unnatural deaths. The challenges faced inside the correctional facilities. We have the ineffective integrated security systems, the aging and dilapidated infrastructure, officials not complying with policies and procedures, and also the inefficient handling of complaints and requests from inmates, which can all end up resulting in unnatural deaths. We have seen an increase of, we have had 55 incidents in the current year, which is an increase from 48 in the prior year. And the majority of the incidents are due to suicides, and mainly due to a lack of supervision in the various units. If we go to slide 16, we reflect on overcrowding. I think of importance is to note that in the financial year, the population increased by 9,408 incarcerated individuals. So that shows that there is immense pressure on the system. If we go to slide 17, looking at the distribution, the diagram on the left, per province, you'll see that even though the Eastern Cape has the lowest population, it is the most overcrowded at 75%, or the highest rate of overcrowding is in the Eastern Cape. And that is also due to the issues of infrastructure dilapidation in the region. However, we show the distribution where the highest population is. We have 73%, and the other regions are reflected there. We also reflect on the fact that we did lose 279 bed spaces due to the partial closure of the 2 correctional facilities. If we go to remand detainees, on the left-hand side there, we'll see that this is the average population of remand detainees over the 4 years has been on the increase, which also reflects in the same manner as the total population. If we move to slide 19, if we look at rehabilitation, we'll just reflect on the fact that there's 81,500 offenders who have correctional sentence plans, who are exposed to correctional programs. 38,917 offenders were exposed to occupational and vocational skills programs, which would include TVET college programs. 17,587 were on long occupational skills programs. 16,431 on short occupational skills. 4,899 on TVET college programs. 6,000 offenders on general education and training. 742 on further education and training. And then in terms of the grade 12 pass rate, we increased from 84% in the prior year, and we're sitting on 96% for the current financial year. And then we also had 4,000 offenders in agriculture, participating in agricultural activities, and 1,680 in the production workshops. Carrying on with rehabilitation on slide 20, we had 119,000 offenders who were exposed to social work services. And then in terms of psychological services, we had 52,164. And on spiritual care, we had about 210,830 inmates exposed to that. Slide 21. Under rehabilitation, but we are looking at the self-sustainability. In terms of the production of uniforms for officials at Witbank, we had 27,822, which was the highest level of production that we have seen from that workshop. We baked over 5 million loaves of bread, making us about 95.5% self-sustaining in the production of bread. In terms of supplying furniture to other government departments, we realized revenues of about 486,000. And then we just indicate at the bottom of that slide the production of meat, fruits, milk, vegetables, pork, and chicken. For care on slide 22, again, there we have the offender viral load suppression rate at 99% and the TB cure rate at 98%. In terms of screening for diabetes and hypertension, the initial was 74,629 and also 79,075. In terms of special diets, there were 8,762 offenders were on special diets. We ensured that there was provision of sanitary towels to female inmates. And then just in terms of healthcare professionals, we reflect on the numbers of professional nurses, pharmacists, pharmacy assistants, and medical practitioners at the bottom of the slide there. If we move to program 5, social reintegration, we just show over the 5-year period the general population or the caseload within community corrections, which has been reducing over time, but I'll reflect on that slightly later on in the presentation. On the next slide, we have, in terms of the highlights under social reintegration, we had about 99% of parolees and probationers complying with their conditions of parole. And then in terms of partnerships and stakeholders, we've created economic opportunities. Examples of those partnerships are with Louis Agri, Meals on Wheels, and Matronics. And then for the support to victims, we did secure funding from the Criminal Asset Recovery account, where we have managed to employ 50 auxiliary social workers to assist in tracing victims to participate in victim-offender dialogues. We've also reviewed the halfway house policy with a view to reintroducing those. And then in terms of addressing unemployment among employees, employment around parolees and probationers, we've partnered with the IDT in terms of the EPWP program. We've had 121 people being employed there. And also with agricultural skills, we have 75 parolees and probationers who have benefited from those programs. I'll skip to the summary of audit outcomes, slide 28. Just to indicate that on the table on the left, it shows the number of findings that we have encountered out of the audit process over the 5-year period have been decreasing, and that we have also had an unqualified audit outcomes for the past 5 years. I won't go to the details in the audit report, as I indicated earlier. So I'll take us to slide 37, which shows us that for the year, we had 41 targets, of which we achieved 34, and we didn't achieve 7. If we go on to the next slide, it just shows the breakdown of the performance across the 5 programs. So the areas where there was no achievement, we had 4 targets under administration and 3 targets under incarceration. And then the other 3 programs, we performed at 100%. I won't go through the annual performance or the comparison at the regional level, but maybe just to dive into the areas where there was no performance. And that will be at slide 42, where we have the percentage compliance to the Employment Equity Plan for SMSs, for that's members of the Senior Management Service. There, the underachievement was mainly on the target for females at that level, where the main issue there was that whilst there were promotions and appointments, but we also had more terminations for women, and therefore the target was not achieved. A big issue that has been raised and will be reflected on, I'm sure, in the discussions is around the IT environment, slide 43. The 3 indicators there for the number of sites where the mesh network and integrated security systems are installed. Also the percentage of sites with the LAN network and IMS. I think we've reflected on those, so I won't go into that detail, but those 3 were also not achieved. Percentage of confirmed unnatural deaths in correctional facilities, as I indicated earlier, there were 55 occurrences that were mainly occasioned by suicide. And then slide 45 on infrastructure projects. We had planned 17, of which only 5 were achieved, where there was an underachievement of 12. And the main issue there was the budgetary constraints from having to pay the prior financial year's outstanding debts, and as well as the pressure on the budget in the current or in the 2024-25 financial year. So those targets have also been revised going forward. And then the last area where there was underachievement was on the level of overcrowding, which is now on a target of 50%, we're sitting on 55%. And as I indicated earlier, there was quite a huge increase of 9,408 people who were incarcerated. I think I will hand over to the CFO to take us through the areas of PFMA compliance and the financial statements. Thank you, Chair.
Are you sure you are done, Katenga?
Yes, I am, Chair.
That was very quick, unlike you. I'm still counting for you to continue.
No.
You are aging well, Katenga.
Thank you very much.
CFO.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Let me also greet the chairperson and the honorable members, the honorable minister, national commissioner, and colleagues that are in attendance. Chair, I will start on slide number 94, which talks to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Just also to indicate just firstly, maybe I need to be able to correct in terms of on the pie chart. You'll see on your left, there's an error that must be corrected, that the amount disclosed is 2.4 billion, which is consistent with what AGSA has presented earlier. But also just to indicate, to say that in terms of the balance of the 2.81 billion that AGSA has indicated, the department, as I'm reporting now, even though the report is up until the end of the financial year, the department has managed now to be able to resolve or to investigate and get National Treasury to condone 1 billion from the 1st of April 2025 up until end of September 2025. So meaning that when we go to the next financial year, we'll have a reduction of 1 billion. Over and above that, we are left with 1.8 billion. Out of the 1.8 billion is the one that we are currently consistently trying to resolve that. And the challenge that we are facing specifically in terms of our target, it was to be able to ensure that from there we clean up the 2.8 billion by the end of the current financial year. But we are really challenged there because of some of the information that we are requesting is legacy issues. And some of the information that we submit to National Treasury, they don't accept it, and then we have to be able to go back and then to be able to get more information so that we can be able to discuss that. So as the department, we seriously in a robust process to reduce the irregular expenditure and also to prevent it at the same time. And talking about the prevention, if you look in terms of the same slide, that the department incurred irregular expenditure of 7.7 million. If Chair and members might recall that this particular department used to have an irregular expenditure annual of 1 billion. So for the department to have irregular expenditure to an amount of 7.7 billion, it is an achievement, as AG has indicated. We will want zero. But also just to be able to little bit unpack that the 7.7 million is mainly in terms of quotations that are happening actually in terms of the regions. When AG was presenting here talking about the tax and also the issues of the wrong calculations. So therefore, even though we still have actually to be able to improve in that particular aspect, but the internal controls that the department has put in place, indeed they are working. And also just to be able to indicate that the 7.7 million, there is a process of consequence management that is undertaken, which also include the 7.7 million is an addition of this particular to 1.8 billion that we are dealing with. So just to go to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that if you see that in the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is a minimal reduction of 7.7 of a 7 million, and then we are left with 13 million. And the 13 million that we are left, majority of those particular transactions is arbitration awards. So the issue that we are currently having, which is something that we're getting advice from National Treasury, is it if there's an arbitration award where the court has indicated that you need to pay this particular amount with interest, does the interest qualify to be fruitless and wasteful expenditure? If it's indeed is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, then who do you take actually consequence management against? So those are the issues that we're trying to resolve with National Treasury so that we can be able. And another irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure under the 13 million, which colleagues are accepting, is when colleagues have missed the flights, and then from that particular missing of the flights, then we need to be able to pay back the money, and that's what happened. And another effort that we have included specifically in terms of both irregular and fruitless expenditure, the department formulated a policy which has already been approved. That department must be able to function under that particular policy so that we can be able to ensure that once we have reduced or we have resolved the irregular and fruitless expenditure and the prevention, then within the department is known in terms of how to deal with these particular issues. And one aspect, Chair, that also I want to be able to address, which fall with what AG has indicated in terms of the issue of the non-compliance and the future prevention of the irregular expenditure. We have taken the advice from AG, specifically pointing case the issue of the findings that they've identified under the panel of service provider. But the point I want to make is that all those particular service providers that AG has indicated they are red flags. They are in resolved transactions there. And one of the discussions that we had with AG is to be able to say there must be further engagement specifically to be able to deal with those. In terms of their population, they've raised, if I recall very well, 45, which were resolved. I think there were 16 or 17 that still actually have red flags, and there are technical disagreement within the department and AG. And we're very cautious, specifically in terms of those particular technicalities, because of one of the important aspects is to be able to ensure that if we're going to remove those particular service providers from the panel, the fact, those particular items are factual, and then we have to manage the risk of the department not to be taken actually to legal processes. But as a caution matter, what we have done as the department, we have set aside those particular service providers so that we don't have to incur irregular expenditure while we're resolving those particular issues. So moving to the next slide, which is slide 95, unauthorized expenditure. The unauthorized expenditure indeed is 677, and then I will deal with that particular breakdown of the unauthorized expenditure in my next presentation of the slides. Then let's move to slide number 95, which is the PFM compliance. So here, Chair, we presenting the losses within the 24-25 financial year in terms of criminal conduct, and we've got damages and losses of 11 million, and then damages on vehicles is 18 million, and then the recoverable from this particular damage 708. Also, just to indicate that these particular losses, they are investigated and follow up so that we can be able to ensure that from whoever that has been able to transgressed, then we can be able to ensure that they are taken to task. And moving to the next slide, which is slide number 97, which talks in terms of the payments of invoices within 30 days. In the 24-25 financial year, Chair, honorable members, the department, in terms of percentage, we have managed to pay suppliers within the stipulated 30 days to a percentage of 82%. The department has complied. So the non-compliant rate was 5%, which constituted to the 9,759 invoices and to a value of 1.7 billion. Just also to be able to indicate that out of the 1.7 billion, you had invoices that you dispute, and that particular engagement between the department and the service providers, sometimes the 30 days period that is being set, you'll find out from you exceeded. And paragraph 4 indicate to that the transaction to the value of 368 million, these were also accordingly disclosed into the financial statement. So another disputed invoices is the invoices that we have engaged DPWI. I think Chair and honorable members might recall that there was also a portfolio committee engagement within the two departments, which is an ongoing process that we're trying to resolve between ourselves and Department of Correctional Services, National Treasury. We had several meetings last month to be able to resolve this particular item, and we'll continue to have those particular engagement. Moving now to the financial statement, which is slide number 99. In the financial statement, Chair, the department has overspent their budget with 102%. And that 102%, mainly, there's a variance of 677. In the previous slide, Chair and honorable members might recall have indicated that I will talk to this particular variance into the next slide. So just to indicate that the 677 million, the breakdown is as follows. That the overspending on the vote is mainly from incarceration with 442, rehabilitation, 12 million, and care. And you'll see, Chair, those are the core business within the Department of Correctional Services. And then the bottom slide, the bottom table also talks to the 677 million in terms of the economic classification. So moving to the next slide, just to be able to unpack, Chair, the unauthorized expenditure, and I think it's important to be able to talk to this particular unauthorized per program so that the committee and everyone in attendance must be able to understand how did that particular 677 is constituted. As I've indicated in my previous slides, incarceration, rehabilitation, and care exceeded the allocation. And under program incarceration, this program overspent with 442 million. And then in the following categories, basically in terms of the payments of capital assets, contractors due to critical maintenance, and also building and other infrastructure. Program rehabilitation overspent with 12.5 million. And in the same categories, payments of capital assets, but of importance, Chair and honorable members, if you look in terms of the rehabilitation and the budget cuts, the over expenditure, specifically on machinery and equipment, it was caused by the budget cuts in 23-24 financially. And why I'm saying that is that during the request from Treasury to be able to impose the budget cuts, there were already contracts that the department has already concluded between the Department of Correctional Services and contractors. So those particular cuts affected the 24-25 financial year expenditure, meaning that as the department, we had an obligation to be able to pay those particular contractors. And just also to indicate that during the request for the budget cuts from National Treasury to the Department of Correctional Services, our response was very clear to say that there's no area that we need to be able to cut because of we don't have an area that we can be able to identify to be able to cut the budget. So just to be able to also unpack the program, which is care, the overspending of care, it was 222 million. And in the main, as AG, when it was presenting, it's like we have started with a negative, specifically when there's a food and food items as a result of procurement of food through price quotation. And then now when our monthly observation, we've realized that from the issue of the long-term contracts, it's bearing those particular fruits because we can start now actually seeing the reduction specifically in that particular aspect. So I will move to slide number 101, Chair. Under slide number 101, I'm not going to be able to repeat myself, but just to also to raise one point, to say that transfer of subsidies, it was also contributed to the over expenditure. And then the reason in point is the issue relating to medical aid. And then that is caused by the gratuity that we pay as the department post-retirement of the colleagues within the Department of Correctional Services. As the AG, when they're presenting earlier, they've indicated that we've got an aging staff. Then when they resign and go actually to this particular patient, we need to be able to incur this particular expenditure. I will jump to slide number 102, Chair. Slide number 102 provide a summary of expenditure in terms of NSF, CARA, IJS, and the global funds. And then based in terms of our performance in the 24-25 financial year, we have an expenditure under NSF amounted to 1.1 million against the retained funds of 4.8 million. Just to be able to indicate, Chair, to say that from the agreement with the Department of Higher Education was extended up until 30th September 2024 and is expired. At this particular, towards the end of the financial year, the Department of Correctional Services was still in the process with the Department of Higher Education to reinstate the Memorandum of Understanding. And then moving to the CARA account, that we had actually 40 million within the MTEF period, and within the 24-25 financial year, 5.7 million was received, and then 1.5 was incurred by the 31st of March 2025. IJS, we had an allocation of between 24-25 of 50.2 million. And then towards the end of the financial year, DOJ claimed 32.3 million of that particular amount. The Global Fund, we had an allocation of 15.9 million, and then the whole 15.9 million was spent. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 103. The slide number 103 just indicates the performance of the department, specifically in the revenue. And the below table just to be able to indicate the blue part indicate the estimate, and then the red part will indicate our actual performance, and then the purple part just indicate the variance. Under sale of goods and services, we've estimated 99,351, and then we've managed to sell goods and services to the value of 154,230, and then which we exceeded with 54,879. Fines and penalties, 11,520, and then in terms of our actuals was 14,292, and also we outperformed there. And the interest and dividends, we've indicated 2,151, and then we only managed to be able to receive 135. But I will indicate specifically in terms of the one that we performed below in terms of the next slide. And the sale of capital assets, the same, we projected 2.6, and then we managed to be able to sell 6.3, and then which is a variance of 3.7, which is a positive variance. Financial transactions, 5168, and then we had actually an actual of 4143, which underperformed there. And then the total receipt is 100, and we've put ourselves to be able to say that from we will have 167,324, and then we received 216. Going to the next slide, which I'll just be able to explain each of the previous ones into a little bit of the details. That over and above the non-performance of the two categories, which is interest received and transactions in assets and liabilities, the department exceeded their revenue estimate in the 24-25 financial year by 49 million. And then the interest is collected on interest-bearing debts, so that if we've got a debt, then we'll put interest into that. And in the main, the revenue is collected from staff living in our quarters for domestic services, specifically under municipal services. That falls under these particular transactions and asset liabilities. So, Chair and honorable members, my presentation ends there, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, CFO. Katenga? When I was thinking you're aging well.
Maybe that's part of the aging. You forget certain things. No, there's one area that I wanted to emphasize on the performance information side. Yeah. Is that the issues that were raised were on 3 performance indicators under Program 3, which was being audited for the first time. Now, I think point 1 is that we're tracking 41 indicators across the whole APP, and only 3 are where the issues were raised. But if we go and look at the nature of the matters that were raised, it was more around the description of how we collect information and measure what we're reporting. So if we go to slide 62, yes, the top one there, the percentage of offenders participating in GET per academic year. The issue that was raised there is, you see that there's a target of 90%. We achieved 99%. So the issue was that for the 9% that you have overachieved, provide us with the documentary evidence that shows that this overachievement was driven by these initiatives. So we provided supporting documentation that we thought would suffice. but we were not in agreement with regards to that with the AG. But so the fact that we have achieved is not in question. It's a matter of saying, well, the way you have explained it, you're not substantiating that it's an overachievement. So could it be that maybe you haven't targeted properly or other things arise? Yes. So then that becomes the issue. But the actual achievement is not in question. And then if we go to slide 63, on the social work services, again, there, when we are measuring that, we're saying the number of new cases that a social worker receives. So we've got the total offender population. If you see an offender for the first time, then that is what you record. And we worded it as newly incarcerated offenders. So the wording of newly incarcerated, the AG's interpretation is to say, no, if you have been incarcerated for 5 years and you see a social worker for the first time, you are not newly incarcerated, you have been incarcerated for a while, so we should actually be excluding that one and only including the newly. So we said, okay, fine, then maybe let's reword that so that if somebody looks at the technical indicator description, it does not create a misinterpretation with what is actually being measured. So that was the second one. And then the third one was also on spiritual care, around the same issue again. So, and I think maybe it addresses one of the earlier questions to say, is the performance information in total reliable? So that's the general context in which these findings are being raised. Thank you, Chairperson. I am now finished.
You have done well, Katenga. Actually, you have put more into perspective some of this which we were battling with yesterday with AG on whether you are recording properly. It's not to say you do not, inmates don't see social workers, but social services, but you don't have a proper recording mechanism that records every inmate that participates in these programs. Perhaps the lapse of IMS also contributes to that. But National Commissioner, do we have any addition to the presentation made?
Yeah, no, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just one or two matters of emphasis. And the first one is actually what CDC Katenga has done. If the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members remember, at the beginning I indicated that we had a meeting with the AG and we wanted to sort out those issues because there's an issue of the credibility and reliability of our information, therefore the system. It is good to point at lapses in the system and areas of improvements, but generalizing becomes a problem. And we pointed that to the AG, because on the other side, if we are to improve on those areas, if we are dealing with general statements, we don't know where to exactly go and correct. So that's exactly what CDC Katenga has done there. And we agreed with the AG that we are going to have a meeting that will focus on performance information before the next audit. So we are very clear on what we are comparing it with what, so that we improve also on how we understand the areas and the details of the audit that we will be facing moving forward. And then, Chair, also on the issue that was raised by the CFO on the contract, we agreed also with the AG that on those files, I think 17, there will still be a meeting to finalize the discussions on those files, because the AG did not come back to the department before concluding this audit. So there will still be a meeting to finalize on those 17 on that contract. And I must also underscore the fact that it was for the first time that the department does that type of procurement at that scale. And we welcome the issues that are raised by the AG. The AG actually indicated that in the next audit, they are going to focus more on that. My comment was actually to management was that blue, what is it called? That blue, is going to turn red if we are not careful. But it's the route that we have taken for us to away with this 6 billion of irregular expenditure and not relying on quotation procurements on a daily basis. Just on a lighter note, Honorable Chairperson, we did not overspend our budget with 102%. That's why the CFO said that. We overspent our budget with 2%. So I heard him saying 102% is 2%, 2 point something percent, 2 comma something percent, because it can go out in the...
We were chatting about it with CEO. How did AG miss it yesterday
No. Unfortunately, I was a CFO before, so I'm very careful of such things.
It's the numbering issue. Marumula has been dealing with a lot of numbers.
Yeah. Well, Chair, for me, those will be the issues of emphasis. There is one that I'm missing now because the presentation is quite big, but I'll raise it later. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you, honourable members and Minister.
Minister, any addition before I allow members for questions and clarities?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. No, I'm not going to add. I think what is important, which we can say, on our irregular expenditure, just for information, you would see that from the 23-24 financial year, it was 5.24 billion. It decreased to the 24-25 annual report to 2.81 billion. The good news is that as we speak, we already for this coming 25-26 financial year reduced it already to 1 billion. So we're working hard to deal with our irregular expenditure. Thank you. That's all I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the addition, Minister, and thank you so much for the presentation that you've given to the Portfolio Committee with regards to the annual report. We welcome the presentation. And we have engaged with it because we would have received it in advance together with the AG's report or its overview on the material condition of the department with regards to the financial statements and their finding. So members have received that in advance and they would have gone through all of those, even in detail as Kadenga was clarifying certain aspects to it because of the engagement yesterday was long than I thought. Just to get an understanding, when you are saying they've achieved but, why do you underline it with but? And then they would have further make an emphasis. And I'm happy that Kadenga, you would have made those indications so that members have an idea or be afforded that idea to understand why the underlying aspects of the AG. So members, hands to talk to the presentation for clarities, comment and questions. Honorable Kluote, Shangase, Sokopo, Niehaus, and Engelbrecht, in that sequence.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Also allow me to greet the Honorable members, the Minister, National Commissioner, delegations of the Correctional Service, Judge Cameron, delegations of JICS, and the delegations of the AG. Before I start with my questions, Honorable Chair, I hope my voice is audible enough for the Minister so that I can ask my questions. I remember the last time the Minister couldn't hear my voice properly. So yeah, also allow me to welcome the presentation that was presented by the Department of Correctional Service. So at least I see the minister is smiling, so he could have hear my voice. Yeah, let me go to the questions. Okay, thank you, Minister. Earlier in the year, February, the Minister mentioned a plan to increase bed space across the facilities. How far is the implementation plan, and what measures are in place to ensure infrastructure projects are completed on time to reduce overcrowding? How will the Minister ensure that internal audit and risk management units plays a more proactive role in preventing repeat audit findings rather than merely responding after the AG's report? How is the department planning to ensure accurate tracking and prevent duplication or identity fraud by inmates across facilities? The last one is, given that Program 3 rehabilitation continue to attract material audit finding, what steps will the minister take to ensure credibility, measurable performance indicators with verifiable supporting data? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tluete. Honorable Shangase.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members, all departments present, NC and your team. Honorable Minister, the issue of overcrowding in our correctional centers, I think my colleague is already covered me some of the questions or inputs. So this overcrowding creates a human living condition and makes rehabilitation impossible, directly endangering both inmates and staff. So, Honorable Minister, why has the department failed to build any new facilities? Because we noticed that there is a problem. And the last question, how many more inmates must die due to this overcrowding? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shangase. Honorable Sokopo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just have a few questions. I might have missed it in the presentation of the CFO on what was flagged by the AG. And what I get from what he says it could be that it happens at regional level on quotations. But there is nothing that really says what would have been the consequence to it. On the failure to have CIDB and the non-tax compliance, maybe you can just refresh me there. Given the persistent update on vacancies, with what you have currently, what is your operational capacity vis-a-vis what you're supposed to have? How many funded posts remains vacant or not yet advertised, and in which categories are those positions? It looks like there's an improvement which we need to commend, and I take it's not a fluke, Chair. There would have been measures. So what concrete measures have the department implemented to curb the rise in unauthorized expenditure? And that for sure makes you to eliminate the reliance on overdraft. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokopo. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and let me thank the department for the annual report that they have presented. As you've said, Chair, it was indeed a very helpful report, because obviously we read this report together with the report of the Auditor General. but I do have a number of issues that I would like to get some more clarity on. The first one, Chair, is in terms of accountability. When I look at the report of the Auditor General, there was a breakdown in terms of the number of people that have been found that there are material concerns, and we have received from yourselves an indication of the kind of disciplinary measures that have been taken. My impression, Chair, is that those that have been held accountable are palpably low. And I want to understand why that is the case, how you see the issue of accountability. I see there's a relatively high number of so-called rehabilitation and engagement with those who are found to have acted wrongly. Is this the way to go, or should be there a stronger accountability also in terms of criminal action taken against those who have acted outside the parameters and the role that they should play? And I think this is very important, Chair, because I did point out in my earlier input the difference that there had been between unauthorized expenditure and wasteful expenditure. And I'm concerned, and I remain concerned, about the issue of unauthorized expenditure, how it happens and what consequences are there for those who are responsible. Chair, the second issue that concerns me, and I haven't heard enough detail from the report of the department on this, is the lack of progress that there is with construction of new facilities and therefore adding new beds. One of the most critical issues that we are faced with in the Department of Correctional Services, in fact one that cascades throughout the whole department and has consequences for staff and for inmates, is the issue of overcrowding. And I know that overcrowding cannot simply be addressed by the construction process of new prisons and creating new beds. I know it is part of the whole integrated justice system and that there are many other components to it. But certainly, Chair, the issue of building more facilities and making sure that those facilities are available is critical. I want to hear from the department what more can be done in terms of that. Chair, I think we should welcome the position that the department had taken with regards to the issue of outsourcing and insourcing. And I want to commend the department for what you've done with regards to bakeries and other insourcing programs, making use of your internal capabilities and what you can achieve through that. And it plays two roles. On the one hand, it helps also with the training of inmates, but on the other hand, it also helps you to be more cost effective. And on a lighter note, Chair, I remember a couple of months ago when I raised the issue of outsourcing and insourcing and emphasized insourcing. The Honourable Minister said to me, well, I don't often agree with the Honourable Member Niehaus, but on this issue, I agree with him fully. So, Minister, I'm very happy that you followed the advice of the economic freedom fighters. And I'm glad to see you putting up your thumb and telling us how much you agree. To some extent, you are plowing with our cows, but it is fine as long as it is in the service of the country and as long as it makes the department more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Niehaus. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I got
Should I tell them?
a lot of themes. so that you can, so it's not mixed, of which there's 8. So firstly, on financial management and governance, the department overspent its budget by 677 million rand with a bank overdraft of 1.54 billion and billions in unresolved irregular expenditure. What specific measures have been implemented to restore financial stability, preventing repeat overspending and reduce reliance on overdrafts? Second question, the Auditor General has highlighted 73 findings despite an unqualified audit, including repeat weaknesses in procurement and supplier payments. What steps are being taken to strengthen internal controls, and which senior officials have been held directly accountable for these persistent failures? Given that irregular expenditure stands at 5.24 billion rand in unresolved cases, what are the timelines for finalizing investigations and enforcing consequence management? The department did not agree with some of the Auditor General's findings. On what legal basis does it dispute the findings of a constitutional auditor? And has this been resolved with National Treasury? How does the department plan to achieve financial sustainability for the 25-26 financial year in light of ongoing budget cuts, escalating contingent liabilities and poor expenditure discipline? The second theme, on overcrowding remand detainees and state patients. The inmate population has increased to 166,008. with 35% being remand detainees. What concrete interventions has DCS proposed to the JCPS cluster to address overcrowding beyond the internal overcrowding reduction strategy, which has repeatedly failed to reduce numbers? Only 17% of Section 63A referrals and 3.7% of Section 49G referrals were successful in reducing remand detainees. Why are these interventions so ineffective, and what joint plan exists with the Department of Justice and the Judiciary to address the bottleneck? The number of state patients has increased by 54% to 315. Many housed unlawfully in correctional centres. What high-level engagements have occurred with the Department of Health to secure transfers and funding for designated facilities as required under the Mental Health Care Act? What immediate steps are being taken to prevent prisons from being used as holding facilities for mentally ill patients? And what training do officials have to manage this vulnerable group safely and humanely? Third theme, infrastructure and facilities management. With overcrowding at 55% and aging infrastructure cited as a major security risk, what percentage of DCS facilities are currently classified as poor or critical, and what is the estimated cost of addressing the maintenance backlog? Given the reprioritization of capital budget, which critical projects, for example, perimeter walls, ablution facilities and CCTV systems, are deemed non-negotiable for safety in the 25-26 financial year, and how will they be funded? What is the department's transition plan for the Mangaung and Katuma PPP centres, whose contracts expire in 2026 and 2027 respectively, and how will their absorption affect national overcrowding rates? How is DCS coordinating with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to accelerate the completion of long-delayed projects, and what accountability mechanisms are in place for contractors? The fourth theme, on human resources and organizational capacity. The overall vacancy rate stands at 13.5%, with 30.7% of senior management level vacant. Why have these posts remained vacant for over a year, and what is the recruitment timeline to fill them in the 25-26 financial year? Excessive overtime and low morale amongst correctional officers are recurring concerns. What measurable interventions are in place to improve morale, wellness, and retention in an under-resourced and highly stressed environment? What proportion of the compensation budget was returned unspent to Treasury due to vacancies, and how did this affect centre-level operations? Fifth theme, rehabilitation, reintegration, and mental health. Offenders serving less than 24 months are excluded from rehabilitation programs. What plans exist to extend rehabilitation access to this group to prevent short-term inmates from reoffending? Is this not purely punitive and not rehabilitative, given our correctional system being rehabilitative in nature and not punitive? How will the department address the finding that offenders with sexual offences are not receiving mandatory psychological services? How does this affect these offenders' parole hearings? The Auditor General found material weakness in Program 3, Rehabilitation, specifically unreliable data on social and spiritual care services. What corrective steps are being taken to ensure accurate reporting and effective rehabilitation outcomes? The department reports that 38,917 offenders participated in skills program. What data exists to show that these skills are market relevant and lead to sustainable employment upon release? With 7,019 parole revocations and over 30,000 absconders, what funded programs exist to prepare communities for offenders, reintegration, and reduce stigma beyond the Imbizo program? 12 out of 12 was achieved in this program. Is your performance measuring matrix on rehabilitation based only on numbers of inmates participating? If not, what else is used? The sixth theme, security, contraband, and technology. Despite the reduction in escapes, the presence of contraband remains a major risk, often facilitated by officials. Beyond disciplinary action, what technological and systemic controls, for example, scanners, CCTV, analytics, or digital tracking, are being implemented to root out collusion and smuggling? The Auditor General reported ongoing failures in the integrated inmate management system due to arbitration delays. Pushing implementation to 2027, what contingency systems are in place to maintain data integrity and inmate tracking in the interim? Given repeated ICT at audit findings, what portion of the 25-26 budget is allocated to stabilizing the department's digital infrastructure, and how will DCS prioritize the upgrades amid fiscal constraints? Seventh theme, self-sufficiency and sustainability. The SSS program generated 216 million rand in revenue, a fraction of the 28 billion departmental budget. What cost-benefit analysis has been conducted to prove the program is financially viable and not a net cost for the state? Many DCS workshops remain underutilized despite the proven success of labor-based rehabilitation. What is the department's plan to revitalize these workshops and ensure that prisoners work and not sit idle to reduce reoffending? What feasibility studies or pilot projects have been completed to scale up production in metal workshops, carpentry, and textiles, enabling DCS to supply school desks, uniforms, and office furniture to other departments? Has the department considered ring-fencing revenue from SSS activities to cross-subsidize underfunded programs? How is post-release employment of offenders who participated in SSS initiatives tracked and supported? And what partnerships exist with industry or other departments to facilitate job placements? And lastly, accountability, leadership and systemic reform. Across multiple programs, there are repeat audit findings and unimplemented recommendations. What examples can the department provide where managers have faced real consequences for non-performance or financial misconduct? How does the department reconcile its digital transformation vision with current operational realities, failing ICT systems, staff shortages, and financial instability? Given DCS's heavy dependence on other departments, what concrete high-level accountability forums exist to ensure these interdepartmental dependencies result in measurable progress rather than shifting of blame? What specific actions has the Minister taken to instill a culture of compliance and accountability within the department as repeatedly called for by both Parliament and the Auditor General? Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all from me.
I was expecting you to still continue, Honourable Engelbrecht. Give to the Minister and the Department to respond. Let me equally add on one or two at least questions or clarity. I thought colleagues will touch on some of them, but if they have, you can clap it together when you respond. On the IT systems delay, which would be your IMS, is there any progress update on the IMS arbitration? And is there any expected completion date on that process? I think the IMS issue has been with the department, I don't know from when. It's long now. At some point it needs to conclude if it does. And I think the chunk of work of the previous committee in the 6th administration was facing the similar issue of IMS. So we can't have the 7th administration equally going to conclude with IMS still being an issue, especially if it hampers on an issue of inmates. Because for identification of inmates, it can become easier if IMS programs it would be effective, which comes to that second issue of inmate identification. How is the department planning to ensure accurate tracking and identification of inmate to prevent any duplication or identity fraud by inmates across facilities, so that we equally don't experience what happened in Polsmo, National Commissioner, of inmates being released or get missing in the system, or wrongfully taken out because of Matabata used Siya's details instead of Matabata's details. And then on performance and accountability, given that program 3, which is rehabilitation, continues to attract material audit findings, what steps will the Minister take to ensure credible, measurable performance indicators with verifiable supporting data? And lastly, on the irregular and fruitless expenditure, how far is the department with addressing the audit findings, and how many of the outstanding irregular and fruitless expenditure cases have been finalized? So that is one or two from my side that I bring to the Minister and Jito, CFO, and Ms. Molepo. Minister, I hand over to you and the National Commissioner to then take us through the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will start off with your questions. Can I quickly say, when it comes to the IT systems, and IM specifically, it is also reported in the AG report, and let me just say to the honourable members, to refresh your minds, we actually talking here of the Active Directory, if we talk about systems, the admission and release system, the community correction system, and the bed space determination system. And it's different systems. And when it comes to IMS, as you have correctly said, there's an arbitration process. Now, this arbitration and the whole IMS story is, as you have mentioned, is actually coming from 2016. Now, I requested to get all the information. The contract actually ended in 2018-2019. And it actually expired in 2020. That's the background on the IMS. The cost was 259 million. There is an outstanding amount of 116 million, which is actually part of the dispute and the arbitration matter. So I said that we must finalize this matter. Even we will see to that we can have an agreement, but this arbitration is taking too long. And in the end, now we must still try to act in the best interest of the department to see how we can save money, but we cannot continue on this way. And it's about 160 million rand. Even in the end, and I hope we don't have to go to court to get finalization on the matter, but be assured that we're going to try our best to see that by the end of this financial year, that this whole issue of IMS and the arbitration process be ended. So that is that. If I can go back, Honourable Chair, the National Commissioner, of course, will add on what I answered on the more, can I say, final or finer detail. Let's start with the Honourable Kluter. He asked specific questions in terms of bed space and what measures are we taking to reduce overcrowding. And I think the Honourable Shangasi also mentioned overcrowding. Some other members, Honourable Niels, as well as Honourable Engelbrecht, all mentioned the overcrowding. Now, let me say, Honourable Chair, that we had various presentations to the Portfolio Committee in terms of our overcrowding. Now, the fact of the matter is, yes, of course, we need more facilities. We are in the process, if we go and look at our projects in terms of our infrastructure, and Dr. Botha can elaborate on that if it's necessary, but we also had the presentation to the Portfolio Committee on infrastructure. I refer to, for instance, Burgersdorp and further extensions at present facilities to see how we can create more space for our overcrowding. But now we must also say we need more correctional centers. And I think I said it before. I spoke to the Minister of Finance, and we are looking to see if we can create 2 new correctional centers. But just to give you an indication on the cost of that, it will cost around about 4 to 5 billion rands to create those facilities. Now, we've seen the financial situation of correctional services. We have to look at the budget and overall of the government. And if we can get the money, of course, we will start with these projects. But we all know, Honourable Chair, that even if we start tomorrow, it's going to take a couple of years before it's going to happen, that you can say that those facilities are operational. Burgersdorp is close to completion, a couple of things outstanding. So the moment they are available, of course, we will make use of them and make them fully operational. The fact of the matter is, when it comes to overcrowding, and I want to give that perspective again. You saw the figures. The latest figures, as we speak, is about 107,000 sentence offenders, and we have just more than 107,000 beds, so there are enough beds for sentenced offenders. But the problem is when we come to the remand detainees, around about 60,000, and we just don't have the space. That's our problem. Now, I think the honourable members are well aware of what I said previously. I even at the JCPS Cluster Committee, we've raised this. I can also say there's a joint, committee in the JCPS, Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, to address and see what steps can be taken in terms of the overcrowding. But again, we have the limit of space. And the only way you can create space is either you build or you reduce the number of inmates. That's the only two things you can really do. Now, the problem is that we can send people on parole, and I am against the fact that people are released on parole just to reduce the numbers. Because then we are actually compromising security of the community. Because that's where our reoffending, figure is coming in play. So just to release people on parole is not the solution. But what we are looking at is that, and I said it also before, we are in the process, and the process has been quite developed to a stage where we hope it won't take long, that we will have electronic bands to monitor our parolees. Then it's easier. Then you can send people and release them and be assured that the, chance of reoffending is limited. Because if you have an electronic band, you can be pinpoint where you are, where you were, and if another offending is taking place, then you can put the person right on the spot. And I think that will reduce the reoffending figure when it comes to parolees. So that's one way. The other way, of course, is the foreigners in our facilities. We talk about 26,000 of them. I already said that we're in the process to see how we can amend legislation. And all these things are part of the process, taking time. And I'm not going to repeat all this, what we are already mentioned in presentations to the Portfolio Committee. So we are working on it. What I can assure the honourable members, we are working hard on that, because that is putting the constraints on correctional services. And that is our overcrowding. Let me see, vacant post. I think the Commissioner can deal with that. Unauthorised expenditure. All I want to say, and I think the Honourable Nias and Honourable Engelbrecht also asked on that. When we talk about, for instance, the consequence management and to deal with irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you will remember that there was also a matter of, I think it was 2,200 and something cases, also coming from around about 2015, 2016. And if I can remind myself, I think part of that was also quite, when it came to the Bosasa matter, an issue. And in each and every AG report, it's reference to that. And the question is consequence management. We went so far and, can I say, outsourced investigators, because we don't have enough investigators. And what we did is we looked at these cases and we identified the cases which the, can I say, the highest money, or can I say amount of money been involved. And we have reduced it quite a lot. We're still continuing with that. I think the Commissioner may have the correct figures pinpointing as far as that is concerned. So we have reduced that. Talking about accountability and consequences, and quite a lot of the honourable members also referred to that, be assured, and it is a process. I can also say that I said I want to have a discussion with PopCrew, because when I became the minister, they met with me and they said, but we must get discipline back. And they agreed in terms of consequence management. Now, Honourable Chair, I don't need to explain that it's not a simple process. If there was a contravention by one of the officials, they'll just say, listen, this is a discipline, and we fire you, or final written warning, or whatever the case may be. It's a process. And I'm quite honest when it comes to that. Some of these processes are really frustrating. I understand. The law is there, and it must be just and fair and everything. But we also know that some of these cases are using each and every, can I say, way of postponing the situation. So I will talk with PopCrew again, and I hope that we can agree that we can speed up. When it comes to the vacant post, I will let the National Commissioner speak to that. Our outsourcing and insourcing, Honourable Nias has asked it. Someone also asked about the bread and everything. You will see in the annual report, specifically when it comes to bread, that at this moment we are supplying 95.5% of the bread. Now, Honourable Nias is shaking his head. It's a debate whether I agree with the policy of the EFF or whether the EFF agrees with the policy of the department. But that's not the issue at the moment. But it is to the benefit of the taxpayers of South Africa. So 95.5%. I think next week we have a specific presentation. And can I say that there was, can I say, quite a reduction on the outstanding or the outsources of the present supply of bread. So, and in the pipeline, we also have 7 more bakeries that we hope will be operational by the end of 2028. So we're working hard on that. I think it also links off, I think there was a question, I think from Honourable Engelbrecht, on partnerships, specifically when it comes to rehabilitation, parolees, people leaving our facilities. We are also in a process with private partners, specifically, and I've mentioned it before, in the agricultural sector. And the company we have is SAI, where they are going to give training. A person will receive a certificate, and then they already have some organizations and other businesses that will accommodate these people when they're going out of our facilities, when they've completed their sentences. So that is a win-win situation where people then can have if they participate in that program, they are more secured of a job outside. And that is one of our big problems. And I think Honourable Engelbrecht also, the activity against people has completed their sentences and everything. We had the summit, and that was also mentioned there, and we will look into that because that's a huge, can I say, social approach that will have to be addressed because it comes from society. Let me also say, Honourable Engelbrecht also mentioned rehabilitation or rehabilitated people versus punitive. That's a big debate. And I know that there was a change to say it should not only be punitive, it must be also, there must be focus on the rehabilitation. Now, I said that it is a fine balance. I've mentioned that earlier this year, we had a commemoration of the Nelson Mandela rules, minimum standards at the United Nations in New York. And there I said, we have an obligation to ensure that there's a balance between the justice that have to prevail when someone offended, because the victims also have their interest to be protected, and society wants to see justice. But yes, on the other side, we have to do our best to ensure that there is rehabilitation, because it doesn't matter what we do in the end. If the sentence has been completed, the inmate is going out. And we have that opportunity to contribute and ensure that the person is properly, can I say, rehabilitated to become a good citizen. Now, all these other projects, let's take the bakery, let's take the agriculture sector, all those activities, is playing a big part in rehabilitation. Let's take the bakeries, for instance. The people will receive a certificate when they've completed their sentence. They can go out, they can have proof of their experience and skills, and they will more easily get a job. Some of them may even start their own bakery. It's the same with agricultural sector. So it is a balancing act, but it is important to see, and that is, can I say, the benefit of these sort of actions. It's self-sufficiency, but it is also rehabilitation. And in the end, our mission in terms of ensuring a safer community, we strive to that, and we fulfill on our mission. Chair, there were many other questions. When it comes to the Honourable Engelbrecht, I will suggest that, and he will do it, he will hand in all his questions. I know it is on paper. I think quite a lot of the questions can be grouped together and answers can be given. So I will suggest, as far as that is concerned, to go down with it, each and every one. It's a long list, but we are prepared to answer to that. But if there are other burning issues, the Honourable Member wants answers now, but I will hand to the National Commissioner through you, Honourable Chair, and see if we can address more of that burning issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Unfortunately, the questions need to be answered, all of them, because of this is part of our PRRR process. If we are going to wait for you to send a report, our history with yourselves and reporting or sending report is not good. And this must be submitted to the House. So we will come to that point where if some of his questions are not answered, he will raise it and be specific which ones are not, so that then you are able to respond to it. It's a BRRR process. Needs to be concluded today, and next week the committee needs to deliberate on our recommendations to the House. That needs to be agreed to be sent to yourselves as a department. So that's an unfortunate part of the process. But this is how we're going to work, colleagues. I'm going to afford you, National Commissioner, to respond. And then immediately after you have responded, we're going to adjourn for lunch. The kitchen closes at 2, and we are towards past, so that we have 30 minutes of lunch. If you sure you can summarize in the next 10 what you want to respond to, 10, 15 minutes, National Commissioner, then you will, if you will not, rather we break for lunch and then you come back and then be able to respond. So in this instance, doesn't mean what you respond, it's concluded. When we come back after lunch, we will then afford the department again to respond to some of the questions and clarities that the National Commissioner would have referred them to CDCs responsible to those line functions, so that then we don't have the kitchen delaying to have us for lunch. So National Commissioner Samuel, it's up to you. You want to respond now or you wait after, to give you a bit of time also to work on those responses of the long list of Honorable Engelbrecht whilst we're breaking for lunch.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would not want to be the one standing between lunch and... I always want to be in the clear, I think I would suggest that we be given an opportunity to respond when we come back, because then we can organize ourselves and save more time. When we come back to respond, we will be more structured, more pointed. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, National Commissioner. Lunch is at the restaurant on the ground floor. So colleagues, we're going to adjourn for lunch and we should be back in this room exactly at 2 o'clock to proceed. Thank you. Colleagues, we can then start. I need a set comrades. Okay, colleagues, we can then start. Everyone is back. Let's then go through the responses. Honorable Sokopo and Honorable Niehaus. If he doesn't charge, it means the phone says don't charge me as yet. I'm retiring for the day. So we can then proceed from where we left off before we adjourned for lunch. National Commissioner, then you can come through to respond to the questions and the clarities that members have posed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, and the Minister and colleagues, the Inspecting Judge. Honorable Chairperson, I will respond to pointed questions because the Minister dealt with quite a lot that were cross-cutting from honorable members. The first one is the takeover on triple Ps. As the months gets closer to the takeover dates, we as a department also continue to advance in our preparations. But as we have indicated in the form of giving assurance, we are ready any day to take over the triple Ps. Of course, there will be process issues that we will deal with when that time comes. For instance, to be practical, when it comes to the workers or the employees, we will have to get to the details on which employees do we take over after having done an analysis that we already have of, for instance, which employees are going on a pension, a month after, a month before. So we are at that level of detail with regards to preparedness. The issue of arbitration, there is a presentation that we made to the minister, and through the minister's indulgence, we can share with the committee. It has an action plan with regards to especially arbitration on IMS. There was a first sitting with the arbitrator, and parties were referred to a pre-arbitration process. That process has led to a situation where the technical teams have been working together to test the system that is there against new developments and against practicalities that we now face as the department. The date for completion of that exercise is the 24th of October. And on the basis of that, we will then get to know from our technical team led by JITO as to whether we proceed or not based on the outcome of that technical test exercise, meaning that it will then direct the arbitration process and a new process of whether we should consider a new approach to IMS. The aim is to ensure that there is practical work that would have started on a system that IMS is supposed to achieve before the end of the financial year. The issue of ring-fencing revenue, we did report to the portfolio on SSF. We did indicate to the portfolio committee in previous appearances that Treasury is allowing us to retain 100% of the revenue. The issue there is how internally do we prioritize and identify specific areas of improvements and upscaling production that we need to fund as a department. That process has already started. As it were, we have put aside 26 million in this financial year that has been allocated to incarceration and corrections to specifically address the items that have to do with upscaling production and improving on the performance of enterprises. That is to answer the question by Honorable Engelbrecht on SSF. The issue of contrabands and technology, yes, we admit that if we were operating on the high end of technology, contrabands would not be that much of a problem as it is now. The systems that we are putting in place, like for instance, the one that is at St. Albans, would need to be funded, and that is a limitation, but also the progress with regards to IJS projects will assist us, especially on integrating the systems that the JCPS cluster will have the capacity to implement. So the engagement with the portfolio committee on IJS projects and progress will assist to clarify more. Safe to say that in the last discussions of the DGs of the IJS program, correctional services was identified as a priority on 3 projects: the IMS, the electronic monitoring, and the access to the PIVA system, which is the person identification system that is utilized by SAPS now, that correctional services should then be enrolled on that system. So that's the report from DGs that will go to ministers for consideration. And we, in our view, that will at least take us forward with regards to ensuring that there's certainty on funding, but also whatever we do as the Department of Correctional Services is integrated into the IJS project nationally. The issues of mental health and our offenders, that's a crisis that we continue to face, but as a department we have taken a decision to implement the decision on working on the costs and then billing the Department of Health on those costs. So the numbers are done. We've written in the first instance to the DG of Department of Health that we have an intention to do so. So the numbers are done. What is left is for us to submit, and then we will see how far we get with the Department of Health in ensuring that we claim from them. What is interesting, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, with the correctional system is that other departments, when they don't have capacity to take in their clients, they can actually reject clients. And we make this point again and again. Our community members go to hospitals and they are returned because there's no bed. With us, we can't, which is a big limitation in the system. The issue of the posts, we are in a recruitment drive, as we have reported to the portfolio committee, but there were pointed questions that were asked. So I thought I should just give an answer that is pointed. We have an establishment of 42,444. As of today, the field posts are at 35,990. So we have 6,453 vacant posts. Now that translates to 15%. In terms of the human resource budget and planning tool, the one that I always refer to, that Treasury is saying we cannot increase on our establishment. Actually, we must cut down. Treasury expects us to be at 37,394. Now, if you compare the two figures, 42,000 and 37,000, you'll actually see that we're less than 10% in terms of the vacancy rate. What have we done? Or what are we doing? Since the beginning of April, we have advertised 1,020 posts. We have already enrolled 1,538 learners at our college, and this is a rolling program for 5 years, targeting 11,000. So year in, year out, we'll continue to enroll. Last financial year, we filled 23 SMS posts. We have advertised 80% of this of vacant SMS posts, and we are currently continuing to fill them. But just as a summary also, to just be succinct, we had 1,381 appointments, and out of those, 717 were actually promotions from within. I just thought that is important to also talk to that issue. We did not return any money to Treasury on compensation of employees, and we did not have over expenditure on compensation of employees. So those are the areas that we are tightly managing so that we don't find ourselves having to explain more on them. On regions being the cause of irregular expenditure, I have given a directive to the CFO and regional commissioners that out of the 7 million of irregular expenditure that is new, it should be very clear who has caused that. And if regional commissioners and area commissioners and head of centers can drill down to that, which is an exercise that is very easy, because the AG actually, when they send the report to us, they go straight to a specific finding and an amount, even if it's 2 rands. So we know exactly where did the irregular expenditure happen. And if our heads of centers and area commissioners, our RCs, cannot hold those accountable, that irregular expenditure will go to them. I will discipline them. The same with the CDCs here. I expect the same if that irregular expenditure is committed from my office. That's the only way we can get to stop irregular expenditure from happening, by ensuring that we attach a responsibility to it. I think in terms of the operational capacity, I did respond to that when I gave statistics on HR. That's the question that was asked by Honorable Sokop. The issue of overcrowding making rehabilitation difficult, those are the issues that the minister answered, and I will not necessarily get deeper into them. Our findings, we only reduced them with 1 finding, because we had new 18 findings from the audit on rehabilitation, a program that was never audited by the AG. Before this audit, we were recording 100% in terms of performance audit, 100% from the AG side. That's why they were referring to other programs being on clean audit, except program 3, which they audited. And in terms of correcting the issues as they were reflected on by CDC Katenga, we have corrected them. That's why we retabled the APP as per advice of the AG in this financial year. So we expect an improvement, but we continue to have sticky areas in terms of improving on our audit and our performance. And one of them is IT, which is very obvious when it comes to the systems that we are trying to put in place. Projects that, as the minister did indicate, are legacy projects. If these projects were completed 10 years ago, we wouldn't be spending money on them now, and would be in a better financial position as the department to do our work. And then there are obviously there's also the issue of the irregular expenditure that I've spoken to, and over expenditure. One of the points that I indicated we discussed with the AG, and the audit committee of the department was actually not in agreement with the AG on that, is this general statement that we did not put measures to cap over expenditure. when it is very clear that we did submit to the AG measures, for instance, cost containment circular that we administer on a daily basis, that causes a lot of pain to members with regards to them being able to, do their work with more comfort. So the AG did not look at that, but those are the measures that we can put in place. If we don't put in place those measures, and at the same time we don't allow operations to continue, we will end up with a system that is not working at all. For instance, if there are no lights in a correctional facility because we need to put on new globes, we have to choose between having a dark correctional facility and buying lights. And that's why one of the items, as an example, on over expenditure has to do with maintenance of infrastructure. When it comes to the issue of erroneous releases and integrity of information, offenders assuming identity of other offenders, our admission process is very clear, starting from the J7, the verification of the body receipt, the pictures, the allocation of the inmate registration number, and also the process of releasing our inmates to go to court is very clear. That's why we take the inmates that are going to court out of the normal cell to another cell where they will be verified overnight. The erroneous releases that we have experienced recently, which is and I'm using the term recently because we were not experiencing this a year ago or some months ago, as a result of negligence of our officials to observe to the T the manual processes we have. Yes, the IT would enhance and reduce human error if there is any, but in instances where we have discovered that it's not human error, we are going to have to take action against that. And the incidents are very few. It's not more than 10. And when you look into them closely, you will see that either someone didn't do his or her job, or this was a planned, intentional action that affected the operations of the department. The partnerships the minister spoke to on SSF. Honorable Chairperson, I can say with confidence that when we issue out numbers to say we have this number of remand detainees, we have this number of sentenced offenders, we mean that on a daily basis, because it is based on the daily counts that we do, but it's also based on the information that we receive from the feeding departments. If the J7 is not complete, we can't amend it. We have to go back to court. And those are the processes that even strain our own officials, because we rely on the J7. It's not our instrument. We utilize the information that is on the J7 for us to be able to manage our processes moving forward. The issue of the sentence plans and remand inmates, we provide them with behavior modification programs. But those that are sentenced and are sentenced for less than 24 months, it is difficult for us to put them on a rehabilitation program that is structured. In instances where we identify a need for the inmate to appear before a social worker, we do that. To appear before a psychologist, we do that. Now, that takes me to the issue about inmates that are incarcerated for sexual related offenses, and that the AG is saying they do not get access to psychologists, and the sentence plans must also accommodate that. all these inmates do go through psychologists. The only thing is that the AG does not have access to that information because it is client privilege information. The only improvement that we have identified that we need to do is that on the framework of the sentence plans, we need to be specific to that, because on the sentence plans we indicate that there has to be interventions to the inmate, but the specific interventions are then populated by our psychologists and social workers. So on that one, we will have to just isolate it and state it so that the AG can then have the confidence that we have addressed that. The last slides, the two slides before the conclusion slide or the recommendation slides on the AG's report, they indicated that those are observations about the system. They are not necessarily findings. There are areas where we need to focus on with regards to amendment of legislation and policy and improvement on operations. And that is what they didn't mention when they were presenting. These are the issues that I indicated at the beginning that when we had discussions with them, we pointed out. We even indicated to them that there's a slide on performance information on findings that they must take out of the observations and put before slide 14, because that there it is clear. These are findings that we need to address as we move forward. Then the last point from me, Honorable Chairperson, is that we have a process of developing the audit action plan that we normally appear before the committee on. And the audit action plan is already developed. We are already implementing it. Hence, I did indicate that we did go back to the annual performance plan and fix the issues that were raised by the AG on indicators and the descriptions, technical description of our indicators. I'm going to request, Honorable Chairperson, that the presenters, being CDC, Katenga, and the CFO, speak to issues that I did not speak to that are specific, but thank the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members for the opportunity, and also the Minister for filling in almost all the questions before one spoke. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Katenga?
Yes, Chairperson, I think mine will be the one response that would cover Honorable Kloter Engelbrecht and your comment around the reliability of performance information. Just to clarify that by the example that I gave there, the reported numbers themselves were not the issue. So when we retabled the APP, as the Commissioner has indicated, we looked at two issues, which was mainly the technical indicator descriptions, which clarifies how we measure what we're reporting, and also to look at the targets, again, very closely to say, because the issue was on reporting on variances. So we said, are the targets realistic, or can we actually increase targets in certain areas because we are overachieving? So those were the two areas that we looked at across the whole APP. And then on the 15th of October, we retabled to address all of these issues. So the proof of the pudding would be in the report that comes out at the end of this financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Matshwara Matlotlo.
Thanks, Chair. I will start with the question from Honorable Sokop about the 7.7 million. The 7.7 million specifically of irregular expenditure comes from the transactions from the regions, which are quotations, amongst others. They did not comply with the requirement, specifically in terms of CIDB and tax matters. So as the National Commission has indicated, that this particular 7.7 is under investigation. Just to also go to the question from Honorable Niehaus about unauthorized expenditure, I think it's important to indicate, Chair, that there's 677 of the unauthorized expenditure is mainly caused by incarceration, rehabilitation, and care. And in the main, it's mainly in terms of the building of other infrastructure that was informed by the budget cut. And I just want to make actually a practical example, that during that particular period when National Treasury proposed the budget cut, there were projects that were already underway. So that budget cut had an impact on those particular projects, and the department had an obligation to be able to continue in terms of honoring those particular contractual obligations. Then the difficulty and the challenge comes into the part where this particular investigation is currently underway of unauthorized expenditure, specifically in terms of who must be held accountable, because of becomes a very, very difficult process, because of it's not in the DC hands for this particular budget that must be cut. The National Commissioner made an example that towards the end of the financial year, the circular that we issued, we ensure that we only focus on essential services, meaning in terms of active contracts where the department have actually an obligation. Coming to commitments, we've suspended that because we cannot commit, then you have to be able to pay. But with that particular tiny budget, we had instances where correctional centers, to mention Fimawopa, and even our head office, where ESCOM cut the lights. We tried to be able to negotiate with ESCOM, with the CFO of ESCOM. They indicated, no, you switch on the lights by giving us actually in terms of proof of payment, then we'll switch on those particular lights. So that's the difficulty that we stand with. And then in addition, what we did, we even put this particular complaint to the door of National Treasury. However, then there was no actual response relating to that. But also I'm going to couple that particular unauthorized expenditure question with what has been raised by Honorable Engelbrecht, specifically in terms of linking that to the overdraft. The overdraft in the main, it was caused by the previous unauthorized expenditure of the previous financial year, 614 and the 677. But then the big question comes in terms of what are we doing to be able to resolve that. And I'll mention a few reforms that we have put in place, which we have listened to what AGSS indicated within the current budget. We did the reprioritization process, and the reprioritization process focus, it was mainly in terms of within the current budget, where can we be able to move funds and ensure that from there we increase the self-sufficiency, so that from the self-sufficiency, cut the external dependence, and then we have internal dependence, and then we can be able to save money or to reduce actually the expenditure relating to that. That particular process was undertaken, it was approved. As the National Commission indicated that we have spent 26 million, we've allocated 26 million to the self-sufficiency so that we can ensure that this, when the portfolio committee do this particular oversight, where bakeries, we don't have these particular items in the bakeries, so that incarceration must be able to deal with those and ensure that from there we've got fully fledged bakeries. So that's number one. And then one of the reprioritizations that we did, we had to look very closely in terms of when we're doing the budget analysis, specifically in terms of travel and subsistence within the department. And we've reduced it, but cautiously on the fact that from the Department of Correctional Services, you cannot be able to do everything via Teams. There are instances where you need to be able to go physically to the correctional centers and be able to perform your function. But we have reduced that particular budget, and that particular budget we reprioritize it amongst others to SSF. Another reprioritization that we have performed to be able to ensure that we reduce the budget cut, it was we've moved money to be able to support JITO. So that amongst others, what we're putting in place is one, the inventory management system. And then why inventory management system? When we do an analysis, we've realized that the department spends a lot of money in terms of procurement on perishables and non-perishables. But we don't have a system in place to be able to check in terms of if ever there's a delivery of those particular perishables and non-perishables, do they indeed go to where they're supposed to go, or they end up actually somewhere. So that particular inventory management system, which we're working with Microsoft, so that we can be able to ensure that from the whatever that we procured is being accounted for in terms of receipt, is being accounted for in terms of issue, is also being accounted for in terms of payments, so that we can be able to manage whatever that we're procuring in terms of systematical. The other aspect in terms of to deal with the issue of the reduction of unauthorized expenditure, we've looked in terms of our repair and maintenance of fleet within the department. While acknowledging that we've got an old fleet within the department, but then the question becomes that from the how do we ensure that we spend less in terms of maintenance and repairs, and then we save that particular money. So what we have done, we have partnered with National Treasury, specifically in terms of ensuring that we're facing it in, that some of our vehicles, we started to head office, we've installed tracking system, because of when we look in terms of maintenance and repairs, we totally look in terms of not only maintenance, even the refueling, even to be able to say in terms of these particular vehicles, are they used for the purpose that is supposed to be used to? So that tracking system, which we're going to unroll it actually to other regions, is going to be assisting us with that, and also in terms of the issue of the petrol. But over and above that, what we're also looking into in terms of maintenance and fleet management is we did an analysis to be able to check in terms of if we're spending this particular amount on maintenance and fleet, and then we take the very same amount, and then we need to be able to replenish and buy new vehicles. So that automatically is gonna, once we procure new vehicles using the very same amount, then this is gonna stop in terms of to be able to maintain these particular vehicles, because you have new vehicles moving forward. You don't have to be able to have expenditure relating to that. Another aspect in terms of to deal with the reduction of unauthorized expenditure in this particular financial is the issue of the review of the current meal plan. In the presentation that was made by AG, it has been noted that the increase of inmates in the 24-25 financial year has increased with 6%. But the budget did not increase with 6%, it's the very same actual line item. So we are working with the care to be able to look, they've already submitted the presentation, we had several meetings, I don't have to go there, with finance, where we've indicated these are the areas that you need to be able to cut costs so that we don't find ourselves exceeding. But over and above that, in additions under these particular food and food items, we've now noticed a reduction in terms of the implementation of the long-term contracts. While in the past 4 months, we're dealing with the issue of the accruals, that between August and September, there was a reduction of 17 million in terms of the expenditure. And it's going to be more, as honorable members, as chair and honorable members, when the Minister indicated earlier on to be able to say that in our presentation on Tuesday, it will have an indicative in terms of what was the outcome of the negotiations, and then that particular savings will be realized in terms of moving forward. So those are the reforms that we have put in place as the department to be able to try to deal with the issue relating to unauthorized expenditure. I just want also to be able to deal quickly, Chair, with the weaknesses within the procurement system and the strengthening of internal controls. If we made an analysis, I personally had a meeting with the regional heads finance within the department, trying to have an understanding in terms of what is that went wrong, why did we incur actually 7.7 million of irregular expenditure. And one of the aspects that was raised, or that we have identified, there are genuine non-compliance from members, and AG has left. But another item that we have realized, or another systematic issue that we have realized, is that some of the findings that are raised by AG, not all of them, is a pity, Chair, they've left, not all of them, and we've raised it in our meetings with them, not all of them, those particular findings are accurate. Hence the introduction of the new, as Tiens was presenting, sitting here where I'm sitting, has the new framework, because there was issues between departments in terms of some of the findings. When we have to be able to go through the investigation of the irregular process, you'll find out from when you test them, those findings actually are not indeed irregular. Hence the issue of the assessment. The assessment role is to ensure that whatever that is being raised by AG under assessment, indeed, does it qualify to become irregular fruitless expenditure. Then we move to the second item, which is the determination. The determination will determine that will it go for an investigation or not. And then within the very same process, during this particular reduction of irregular expenditure, we pick up that particular weakness. So therefore, when we have to deal with issues of consequence management, those are the difficulties that we face as the department. Hence, it doesn't become easy to be able to ensure that from where you know what you discipline. But once you did the assessment and determination, you have to do actual the investigation. The investigation then will make that particular determination. So I thought, let me just deal with that particular part. But in terms of where there are internal controls broken, specifically with negligence, as the National Commission has indicated, there are steps that are being taken against those that have transgressed, because of, for us to be able to deal with the 7 million, then we need to be able to have actual evidence relating to that. The third question from Honorable Member Engelbrecht, the issue of the irregular expenditure of 5.2 billion that is unresolved. The irregular expenditure that is unresolved based in terms of the 24-25 financial year is 2.8 billion, not 5.2 billion. And out of the 2.8 billion, the minister also indicated that even though it doesn't fall actually in terms of the report of the year under review, we've already resolved 1 billion. So we are left with 1.8 billion that we still have to be able to deal with it in the coming next 6 months. And then also to respond in terms of that, what has been raised by the chair to indicate that the transactions that we still have to deal with in terms of the 1.8 billion is almost actually 528 transactions. And I've indicated during my presentation, those are going to be the difficult transactions because of then it's individual transactions that you need to be able to investigate. And Chair and honorable members, you might recall that these particular investigations or transactions go as far as 2011. So some of the documentation we are struggling. Hence, I've indicated that one of the reasons why we have to be able to develop a policy is to be able to indicate in terms of out of this particular transaction, which ones are we going to be able to write off? Because we cannot be able to go into particular transactions if there's no evidence as far as actual between 2008 and 2009, so that we can come to a zero irregular expenditure register. So to also deal with the issue relating to the financial sustainability on ongoing budget cuts, the objective of the department is that with this particular fiscus within the country, is that the self-sufficiency program must be able to give us I call it a breather within our expenditure within the department. Especially when I had a meeting with the regions, specifically that are implementing these particular bakeries, we've indicated that we need to be able to have a system in place in terms of when you have a bakery and producing bread, it must not be the bakery of that particular management area. You must be able to expand it to be able to ensure that from the other management area you'll be able to supply the similar bread or deliver the very similar bread. Hence, once this particular process of completing the bakeries, we need to be able to look in terms of compatible vehicles, that we need to be able to look into that. And even this particular inventory management system, we're trying to see in terms of how can we be able to put it into place to ensure that it assists us so that we can be able to sustainability. Because if that, you look in terms of the amount that you spend in terms of bread, if ever you're going to do it internally, we're going to save almost actually between 20 and 25% of the food and food items. So once we get that right, then we can have this particular financial sustainability within the department. So those are the reforms that we are putting in place, taking into account that we don't have actually any expectations from Treasury to be able to give us additional money. And Chair, I hope I've covered all those particular questions. If there's any, then I can be able to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, were the questions all fully answered? Okay. Questions were fully answered and clarified. Siyabonga for that. All questions were attended to. So that next week when we make our own deliberations on finalization of the recommendations that were put into the House, at least members are satisfied with the responses and the clarities that they would have received. I'm going to put few recommendations here, but a full list of them would be finalized next week once the committee deliberates on them, and then you'll get them once we're done the process of the House. Commissioner, when we were in, I'm not sure which facility was it? Was it, I think it's the unannounced in Mdantsane. That's where we saw the juvenile. It's the unannounced in Mdantsane last week. And this comes to what you were saying in terms of skills programs and keeping, and this is what also the AG would have flagged on in keeping inmates busy, especially the young ones. We saw a lot of juveniles in Mdantsane that are doing nothing. They're not in any schooling program or any skills program that will assist with their rehabilitation. And an informal discussion between me and you on it, we're basing it on Bavian Sport. That Bavian Sport is you call it a youth center, which has compatible skills program. It has a schooling system. But when we did the oversight in Bavian last year, I think we found about 500 and something juveniles, 515 juveniles. And out of that 515, 400 were foreign nationals, meaning 115 or 100 were South Africans, juveniles, and which most of them were partaking in those programs there. And our discussion was that why can't we do that exchange of other juveniles, place them in that? It was an informal discussion between me and you on the site, but it would be appreciated that it gets to be practicalized, because of some of these foreign inmates can't even continue with their schooling program because of they don't have proper documentation. But they're placed in a youth center, which is supposed to afford juvenile skills and further schooling. So perhaps we need to rethink it according to how you were raising it. On escapes, we do commend the department on the reduction of escapes from your correctional facilities across. Let's just make sure that we strengthen or tighten the current strategies that are there to ensure that at least we reach zero escapes in the coming years. On a natural death, we're still going to have our pending meeting because we didn't conclude on this matter the last time with the portfolio committee. But what we have noted again is the inconsistencies in reporting of a natural death between yourselves, the department, and JICS. And we've reported on this because of the department reports only 55, while JICS has reported 134 under the year under review. And we've indicated, I think, previous meetings, that you need to find one another. There must be a consensus of stats before presenting to the portfolio committee, either the department or JICS. And to a large extent, we even said there must be your meetings, whether it's quarterly or it's monthly meetings, where you synchronize your data that you get from ICCVs, VESA-V, correctional facilities, through your head of centers and so forth. You are best to decide on the model of how you do that. But that will minimize the inconsistencies of reporting on such matters. So we must find ourselves at some point, JICS coming and saying it's 55 unnatural death on the year under review. Equally yourself saying, no, JICS is correct. Or JICS comes and says, no, the department is correct on the figures or numbers that it has reported on. It would actually be nice. Because if we can't be speaking past one another whilst we are servicing the very same constituency, which is our inmates. So you need to tighten that up. We've seen the report that we've asked, which is the minutes, when was the meeting. We thought those logistical things would have been dealt with, but there is still that occurrence of inconsistencies on the data that you give to the portfolio committee. On remand detainees or overcrowding, the number of remand detainees has increased badly from 48,000 in 2022 to 62,000 in the year under review. And this becomes a serious challenge for the department, and something drastic needs to happen in this one. I don't know how, but it looks like the current measures or systems that are in place are not yielding any results. So we need to look at other alternatives that perhaps would be able to solicit or supplement the current measures that we've put in place. On vacancies, the lack of targets on filling of vacancies, it's a serious concern because of we're unable to hold you accountable. If you would have said for this current financial year, our target, it's how you were stipulating it, National Commissioner, is 30. We'll be able to measure you on that basis. But we're unable to measure you on that basis because you have not put targets. And we are really, really concerned on not filling of vacancies. And we've stressed enough in previous portfolio committees that all vacancies that occur, but they are funded posts, we need to immediately fill them up before you start prioritizing that budget to some other things. So before le thoma bereka ka budget ya katenga, start process of recruitment whilst he's still there, whilst you know that he's exiting in January. We're in October now. If you know, we know that we are facing a lot of people that have aged, they're going on retirement, which is a lot. We've found them oversights. In actual fact, all the oversights we've done 4 provinces now. The Western Cape is not much. We've done only 4 centers. But in most provinces that we've been to, it's around 7 to 8 facilities that we've done. And in all of them, you get to hear that, no, Chair, I'm retiring in the next month or so. If it's not a month or so, it's in a year. So we need to prepare for that exit. We need to have a proper exit plan for all of those, especially those who are going to exit in the next 6 months. CDC bond, you need to start the recruitment process of it. When you know Marumule is exiting in February, you have started the process. On the 31st, when he ends working on the 1st of March, whoever is appointed starts working. So that we reduce the acting. There's a lot of acting positions. Eastern Cape, it's even worse. I've never seen a worse province like the Eastern Cape. The whole system is acting. It's acting area commissioner, is acting center, is acting. We came across a lot of, there's no center we've been to last week that does not have people who are acting and in senior positions, which must make sure that facilities run correctly, perfectly. That's why there's so much problems in the Eastern Capes, because of they've been shift. Others act for a month, others act for 3 months. So everyone brings their own style of leadership. And then when that person leaves, it gets to be overridden by the one who comes in, because of that particular person bring his own or her own. So there's no consistencies in running facilities in the Eastern Cape. It's a similar one with Oudtshoorn that we ended up with. It's a small facility, but properly managed. Poorly managed. On overspending and unauthorized expenditure. The overspending by 677 million is a serious concern for the committee. Yes, we hear you, CFO, what would be the costs, why, and all that. And in actually, it's an increase from the previous year, which was 614 million. So the previous financial year, it was 614. We've now even, instead of decreasing it, we've increased it to 677. The department should analyze their planning, budgeting, and expenditure to look at areas in which savings can be realized. We understand the constrained environment that we are operating in, but you really need to prioritize. And you should put more emphasis on your self-sufficiency and sustainability model to realize at least saving and avoid overspending. There was a slide that spoke to, I think, furniture, Katenga. Yeah, that I think you got around 400 and something thousand. If we can promote that, perhaps what we would get, we can reprioritize them somewhere else where we have not budgeted for. And I don't understand why are we not promoting some of those things. On contracts that the AG has highlighted, a number of causes of irregular expenditure which relates mostly to failures in the supply chain environment and contract management. So when we meet next week, we'll deal at length with this one, but it will equally form part of the recommendation we're putting as the portfolio committee. But we will be zooming into these issues in details, including the what Honorable Sokopo would have raised, the tax compliant issue, the CIDB, and so forth. On the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, although we commend the department for reducing the amount of fruitless and wasteful expenditure from 21 million to 14 million, we're still concerned that 14 million is still too high. We need to reduce it further. I tried to look at the BRRR process of last year. I'm unable to find the numbers where you were looking at previously outside the 21 million, so that we can properly make a comparison. So you should be able to put in place systems and procedures that will detect and prevent such wasteful expenditure. On findings and performance, we're equally concerned as well here that on program rehabilitation, It has achieved all its target, but even though the AG has highlighted serious concerns about the reliability of performance, information that is submitted that you would have alluded to, Katenga, in detail. So that you should ensure that information you use to measure performance, it is reliable and credible. In performance targets vis-a-vis expenditure, we are concerned about the misalignment between the performance and the expenditure. You achieved 83% of your targets, but have overspent by 677 million. We continue to raise this matters. Even last year in November when we met, we raised this matter, National Commission. So you need to do an analysis of your own spending and prioritize on issues that are core in terms of your mandate. And the self-sufficiency and sustainability should be able to assist in reducing cost, and whilst it also provides skills for inmates. On the audit committee, we've noted that there is a new audit committee that has been appointed during this financial year under review. We will make time as the portfolio committee, perhaps not this quarter, but next year when we come back in the first quarter to meet with the audit committee in terms of their work and be able to have discussions on that aspect. Like I indicated, colleagues, I think we'll draw much into detail on some of detailed issues when we meet on IMS and IT-related matters on the 28th of October, on issues of contracts, including the reducing of bread cost price and centralization of contracts on the 21st of October, which is next week. And on the IGS and the J7 forms, including the 49 Gs, the 63 applications, we'll do that when the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development comes on the 18th of November, because that's a confirmed date. Then we'll be able to, in detail now, speak to all these issues. But thank you so much for the presentation, for taking us through clarities that would have raised. Further recommendations, these are not all, these are some that have been identified whilst we're deliberating, which becomes key addition on top of these ones. You will receive once the committee has done deliberating on them next week, Tuesday. So thank you so much. If we can take a quick, it's not, I don't want to say a break. We no longer take breaks now. If we can make a quick exchange and now to switch the tables and allow JICS to come on board now so that then we can proceed. No, you are not going. You are staying. Well, the reason we put JICS last is that tendency of when they have done reporting, then they leave. So that's why we've put them last, because of they've done that numerous times. They always, you must understand, colleagues, all of us here, today is a normal working day. It might not be in your offices, it's in Parliament, but it's a normal working day. So we've seen that behavior. So if you want to introduce it DCS, it means you will remain the last. because of we clubbed 4 and 5 together. We are now on 6, briefing by JICS on the annual report for this financial year under review. And let me say this, Judge Cameron. The reason we normally put JICS first before DCS, and it has always been that standard format. But we've realized that immediately you present, you tend to have reasons of why you need to leave. And it has been an occurring thing. Once we cluster you with DCS, when you are done, you leave. You have even done it in our own strat plan that we invited you to. Immediately after you presented, you engaged with members, you then left. When the invite was set on that particular day, which is a wrong. That's why we've put you last. Because of it should be a normal day of working. Whether you are working not in JICS offices, you are in Cape Town, but it should be a normal working day. We all have flights. Members have also flights to leave. Cape Town, all of us, it's work. Then immediately we're done with work, we go back to where we come from in our provinces. But on a normal day, we sacrifice and we stay. Normally, our committee sits on Tuesday. By Friday, most of us are not here. But because of it's a normal working day, we take it as such. So please correct that. So thank you so much. Judge Cameron, you can then take us through the annual report of JICS. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The annual report presentation will be done by our CEO. I will make a few introductory comments in the light of some of the exchanges that preceded. They'll be brief. I don't wish to sidetrack the committee into a philosophical debate on carceral policy, but I have to say the following. There was a debate earlier today about the construction of more prisons as a solution to overcrowding. I wish to state that from JICS's point of view, we already have more than enough prisons. We have the 12th highest prison population in the world, and by far the highest prison population in Africa. Per capita, we have 3 times, now approaching 4 times, as many prisoners as comparable SADC states like Zambia and Malawi. We have a vast prisons budget of nearly 28 billion, which has been in discussion very recently. We have a massive personnel of 35,000 who are unable to properly service and properly tend and secure conditions of dignity, constitutionally guaranteed and statutorily guaranteed, because they are understaffed. We were at Krugersdorp Prison last week for a thorough inspection, and we discovered that notwithstanding the statutory entitlement, mandatory statutory entitlement of at least 1 hour of exercise a day, many of the prisoners were getting only weekend exercise, meaning they were cooped up in their grossly overcrowded cells for at least 5 days. And then we went to further cells where we were told 2 things, that they only got exercise on Sundays, and if it was overcast, they were not let out at all. 1/5 of our sentenced prisoners are lifers. We have the world's largest increase in life sentenced prisoners. Since the year 2000, the proportion of sentenced prisoners sentenced to life has increased by 818%, the largest increase anywhere in the world. We are outmatched in lifers only by a state which no longer serves as an exemplar in any respect, in my mind, the United States of America. So what we say, Madam Chair and honourable members, is that we need systemic change, which isn't the responsibility of this committee. We don't need more prisoners. We need incarceration of more criminals through a more efficient criminal justice system. This committee is well aware of that, but I need to bring to the committee's attention one stark figure. 27,000 people are murdered in our country every year, a rising figure. The National Prosecuting Authority prosecutes 2,400 of them to conviction and sentence every year. That means that if you commit a murder this afternoon in Cape Town, you have an 89% chance of not being prosecuted by the NPA. What we are doing with our carceral system from 1998, the predecessor of this committee under Mr. Johnny de Lange, in creating the false silver bullet of more and more imprisonment, what we are doing instead is we are sending a smaller and smaller proportion of criminals, rapists, murderers, and other criminals to jail for longer and longer. We can create more jails. It won't affect the underlying crime problem. That's my opening statement, Madam Chair. Thank you. I thank you and your honourable members. And if I may turn with that to our CEO to do the presentation.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, and good afternoon, Honourable Members. I greet you once again. Judge, thank you for the opportunity. We put together an annual report. We shared this just over 2 weeks ago with you. And just over 10 days ago, we've submitted our presentation. And I'm sure you all have it in your inboxes timelessly for us to go through it as speedily as possible. I will pause in certain areas just to highlight some of the identifications and observations that we picked up during the course of our work for the 2024-2025 performance cycle. Let us continue to shine the light on the inside of prisons. Honourable Chair, honourable members, I'd like to just take this opportunity. Firstly, if you looked at the final report by the inspecting judge, Justice Edwin Cameron, he closes off right at the end of his summary to say that I'm confident that JICS will achieve all this and more under the new inspecting judge, and that it would continue its important work of safeguarding inmates' rights, reporting abuses, advocating for reform, and demanding dignity for all. And this is what JICS stands for. Its broader principles, its broader mandate is to look at conditions and treatments of inmates. So let me go forward. What you see on the slide is the first one. It's our general contact information. It's covered on page 7 of the annual report. The next slide, this one, which is up on the board now, is our vision mission. It's covered on page 21 of the annual report. What you'd see here, we've changed the vision, we've changed the mission, and we've also unpacked our new values because we have become independent, with full independence since 1 April last year, which kicked off from this year with our APP, which is already in the House. The next slide, which is our organizational structure, you would notice that this year we have 3 directorates. But when we get to you next, on the next round, the Minister has actually approved our new organizational structure. It was approved on the 10th of June this year, 2025, and the JICS organizational structure now consists of 5 directorates. What you see up there, the first one is Directed Support Services. The legal services have split and taken care of what we would call our core functions, which is inspections and investigations as a directorate on its own, and further forming a third program, which is legal and compliance monitoring that covers Madam Ngema to my left. The last but not least, it's the management of regions, and the CFO is in program administration. So these give us now 5 directorates within JICS. We move to slide 8. This one is of interest to you. Here you would notice that we've planned 150 inspections as our normal national inspection plan, and we've adhered to this. We've actually performed all 150. Beyond the 150, we've also conducted 21 unannounced inspections. Now, I just want to go a little bit in detail. If we add these both, it gives you a total of 171 inspections conducted in total. Amongst the 150 that we conducted, I would like to zoom into the unsatisfactory ones. There were 19 of them. But I'd like to get into specifically regions where they concentrated more. In the KwaZulu-Natal region, there has been 7 that were found to be unsatisfactory. In the Western Cape region, 6. And in the Free State, 2. And thereafter, Gauteng, 1, totaling 19. Maybe I should pause a little bit, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, and reflect on the LIFERS, which is contained on page 42 up to page 43. And as at the 31st of March 2025, we're sitting with just under 20,000 LIFERS. Now, if one looks at the previous year, it was at 18,795. And on page 43, you would find the categories of the Van Wyk, Van Vieren, the Partial Van Wyk, and the Partial Van Vieren, totaling 3,336 that is in this categories. What is the highlights out of this? In this performance period, 2024-2025, only 53 inmates were released on parole during this period, 2024-2025. Let's move on to investigations. It's one of our core functions also. Out of inspections, we conduct also investigations. 48 of them were conducted. You'd find this on page 55 to page 56. Some of the highlights are some of the case studies. Toothbrush Trouble, Standerton Correctional Centre at page 57. You'd find a seizure during a search on the 10th of January 2025 at 20 to 7 in the morning at Paulsmoor, at the Remand Detention Facility on page 57, and there are many more cases to reflect on, which you'd find on page 58. This slide gives you a summary of the number of inspections that have been conducted in terms of its status. Now, of the 150 inspections conducted during this reporting period, 19 of them were found to be unsatisfactory. 110 was rated satisfactory, and 21 were rated good. Slide 10. Let's get back to the investigations. If you look at the peak there at 65, that was during the COVID period in 2020-2025, and you'd notice lots of investigations was conducted during this period. But I'd like to take you a little bit more back. Let's go to 2017-2018. We actually commenced investigations with only 22. And as we closed off this reporting period, it has almost doubled to 48, totaling a 26 increase over the 7 years period. You'd find this on page 54 on graph 8. There's another important area on slide 11 that deals with complaints. It's covered on page 60. There are 27 categories of complaints, and we've dealt with 913 complaints over this performance period. If one moves to slide 12, and including slide 13, it gives you a breakdown of all these complaints that has been dealt with by JICS. It's covered on page 60, but I'd like to zoom in on the top 5 complaints. These are the top 5, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Assaults. Inmate on inmate were 315, and if we have to compare this with the previous performance cycle at 229, it has actually increased by 86. Again, assaults, official on inmates, totaled 140. Transfers was also a huge complaint amongst inmates referring these complaints to us at 98. Others were 79, and parole matters that were referred to us were 52. I will come back to the category others a little later and give you a little bit more on what this others is all about. So these are the slides that deals with complaints. I'd like to move to slide 14. Here you'd see a finer detail of the inmates on inmates, 315, official on inmate, 140, sexual offenses that were committed, or 31, inmates on officials. This is a new reporting area in terms of Section 95D, the enhanced reporting areas that has been given to JICS. And you'd find that the inmate on inmate has increased by 86, official on inmate increased by 24, sexual has decreased by 4, and the inmate on official has also increased by 6. Let's look at the comparisons now. This might be of interest to you. The increase of assault inmate on inmate from 229 during the 2023-2024 performance cycle to 315 in this reporting period increased by 86. Transfer complaints from 74 to 98, that has also increased by 24. Parole complaints, as already alluded to, from 48 to 54. 52 has increased by 2. Assaults official on inmates 116 to 140, that has also increased by 24. I'd like to move into mandatory reporting area. It's one of our primary areas that we report and we observe mostly of the reportings. And what might be of interest to you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, is this category that troubles all of us, unnatural other. And I'd like to talk about it a little. All deaths where a case is not immediately apparent, and it's written up into the report. Example, a seemingly healthy inmate just collapses and dies and suddenly, or is found dead in his bed or her bed, are classified as unnatural other. This is a temporary classification, and that the cause of the death is officially determined once the autopsy report or the post-mortem report is received. Now, just to zoom in a little, let's look at the unnatural deaths as classified. 134, which has been already alluded to by the Honourable Chair in comparison to that of DCS. These were statistics supplied to us by DCS when we requested them in April 2025, and there is a disclaimer in the report covered on page 27. The natural deaths were 503, and you'd find this on page 67, graph 14. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the suicides. DCS actually reported 23 cases of suicides, and hanging was seen to be the most common method used. 86% of this 23, that's 20 inmates, were found to be classified under suicides by hanging. 6 have been occurred in single cells. So you would also find these case studies. You'll find them on page 65, Standerton, Durban remand detention. And then I'd like to add 2 more to this in this pack, where suicides have been committed through overdose. And that is by escort or Reichgrond. You'll find them also there. Segregations, 6,431 were reported. There were 14 appeals versus the previous year on 10. And it has actually, these segregations have increased by 1,574. There's case studies to these segregations on appeals at Waterfall Medium on page 69, East London Medium B also on page 69. So the most segregations were in the Free State and the Northern Cape region at 1,857, followed by the Western Cape, 1,441, 950 was in Gauteng, 854 was in Alamein region, and the least segregations was in the Eastern Cape at 659. Let's move to slide 17. The next most important area is mechanical restraints. And we've observed through the reportings that 44 instances were reported. There were no appeals in this category. You'd find this on page 70, graph 18, and that it has increased by 4. On the previous performance cycle, it was at 40. The case studies of mechanical restraints, you'd find Mossel Bay standing out on the 24th of September 2024, and at Standerton on the 25th of November 2024, you'd find them on page 70. Another interesting area that we report, and I would normally call them the big 4, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, is the use of force. And this use of force is actually excessive use of force and not the permissible use of force. 541 instances of use of force was registered with us, which increased by 73 from the previous performance cycle from 468. You'd find this on page 71, graph 20, and case studies of interest is George Correctional Services on the 25th of January this year, and Durban Remand Detention. You'll find this on page 71. This slide, 18, covers the new mandatory reporting areas in terms of Section 95. This reporting area only kicked off, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, on the 1st of December 2024 with the implementation of the Correctional Services Amendment Act 14 of 2023. It's a new reporting area as per page 72, and the categories are listed there: assault of correctional officials, assault on inmates by correctional officials, attempted suicide, escapes of inmates, hunger strikes, and sexual violence. These are the new reporting enhanced areas, and I'm sure as the years go by and the months go by in terms of quarters, we will enhance the reporting in this competence. The next slide, slide 20, moves to the regional coordination and oversight, which covers our ICCV program. And here, once again, you'd find that this category deals with all the complaints handled by ICCVs. During the course of this performance cycle, 50,746 complaints were dealt with by the ICCVs. Now, I also indicated that I'll explain a little bit more what is this other category which stands amongst the 27. This category, it does not fall within a fixed category. These complaints are varies from the lack of toothpaste, soap, transfer of monies into bank accounts. So it's all petty complaints which inmates comes to ICCVs and complains about on a daily basis are actually categorized into what we would call other, amongst all the other areas of reporting. I would like to highlight the top 5 complaints handled by ICCVs. The first one that stands out is other. 17,466 instances that has been reported to them is in the annual report. Healthcare was number 2 at 7,019. Communication with family, and this is the non-functional telephone systems in most of the correctional centers, standing at 5,467. And it also came out this morning by DCS, requests for social workers at 5,257. Transfers, inmates complaining of being transferred from one center to closer to their homes at 4,563. You'd find them all here. But I'd like to zoom a little bit more here in this. If you look right down, round about the middle of this table, you'd find a category called inhumane treatment. This is our competence and reporting areas in terms of the national preventive mechanism, where we have to report on a quarterly basis to the national preventive mechanism on these broad areas, which also includes torture. Now, you'd find this on page 94, together with case studies on page 95. I'd just like to highlight maybe 2 or 3 of them. The first one, on the 14th of November 2024, invasive cavity searches at Mangaung. You'd find it on page 95. From a polo to a wheelchair was the incident in Kuala Khabushwa, where he has been insulted by a nurse. From a polo to a wheelchair and inhumanely treated. And another matter, and these officials have been reprimanded. And on Christmas Eve, on the 24th of December 2024, the inmate were requested to clean the walls whilst being naked, and this was also amongst females. This was in Bizana. So these were some of the areas that have been reported through our ICCV to us. Let's move to slide 21. The complaints on female inmates. You'd find that female inmates constitutes a small percentage of our inmate population. Currently, only 3.3% of our entire population are females, a total of 5,511, of which 3,203 of them are sentenced, 2,309 are remand detainees. But what is of interest to us here is the complaints that we have received from these females. 2,090 of them were registered, and out of this 2,090, 70 of them related to conditions and female hygiene. So these were the matters that we dealt with, amongst other complaints that we registered with regards to social workers, psychologists, and communications with family that stands out. The next slide, this is in terms of Section 94 of the Correctional Services Act. It deals with our stakeholder engagement and visitors committee, where all unresolved complaints are then dealt with at this visitors committee. It's Part A and Part B. Part A deals with the visitors' complaints, of the inmates' complaints that have been unresolved, and Part B deals with stakeholder engagements with all our partners in justice and also in the correctional environment. You'll find this on page 98 as per table 27. And there's more details to visitors' meetings are contained on page 99 right up to page 107 that covers various engagements with the visitors' committee. This slide is of interest, and it sinks in with the actual stats of DCS. We're sitting with 166,008 inmates, of which 104,117 are sentenced, 61,891 are remand detainees. So, as the Minister had already alluded, that if we take all our sentenced inmates at 104,117, we have adequate bed space for them all at 107,067. But the question now, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, what do we do with our remand detainees then? Because they are sitting at just almost under 62,000, and how do we accommodate them to relieve what we would call the big elephant in the room, and that is overcrowding? In fact, Judge uses the word in his upfront note, gross overcrowding. So there's the sums, you have it, the total of the remand detainees, sentence inmates, and what I'd like to once again zoom in, it's one of my pet areas, and that is the declared state patients, sitting at 315. I'll talk a little bit more about this shortly. The next slide covers remand detainees. We are coming back to this August House to talk to you about the bail fund, and I'm not going to spend much time on this. 2,670 were registered that could not afford bail less than 1,000 rand, and 3,117 were in custody for longer than 2 years without being sentenced as yet or released. Let's look at the declared state patients. This is of interest. 315 honourable members and counting. I'd like to go back. In the year 2018-2019, we hosted a seminar on mental health in East London. And when we hosted that in 2018-2019, there were only 81 declared state patients in the books of DCS. We are now sitting with almost 234 more than what we had in 2018-2019. How do we deal with this? I guess there's further engagements through the inspecting judge, with the Department of Health, through the National Commissioner, through the Department of Health, and trying to find resolutions. The Honourable Chair at one occasion reflected that we should consider amendments to the Criminal Procedure Act, and I guess we would work towards achieving this. Slide 26 talks about the non-nationals, or what you're most popularly aware of is foreign nationals. They're sitting at 25,443. It sinks in with the exact totals of that of DCS. But what is of interest is that the sentence are 13,406. The remand detainees are sitting at 12,037. This constitutes almost 15% of our inmate population. And if we take these numbers out of our inmate population, I think we will be able to match most of the areas of our remand detainees' concerns. The next slide continues with the non-nationals over the 5 years, but I'd like to talk about non-national lifers, sitting at 1,246 and counting. These are foreign nationals that are in places of confinement. We have 1,246 of them that have been life sentenced and to date. Another area that we need to look at, if we look at from the 2020-2021 performance cycle at 14,883 to today, this reporting 25,443, we have already increased our non-nationals or foreign nationals by just under 11,000. I'd like to move to corporate services, and I'm trying to get through this because you already have this report. This slide 29 covers our human resources, and what I'd like to add, Honourable Chair, On our previous occasion when we met, I've indicated in our reporting that we were sitting with a total of 477 formalized positions, of which 74 were support, non-core functions, and 403 aligned to the core function of the organization. We also at that time indicated to you of the 477 positions, 179 remained unfunded. We have some news, and the good news is as follows, that the current position of our unfunded vacancies is sitting at 141, and we have managed to reprioritize, with the assistance of National Treasury, reprioritizing some of our fundings, which is sitting now our vacancies of unfunded positions at 30%. Some of the priority critical positions that are currently running, as I speak to you, is the filling of the Chief Financial Officer's position, the Deputy Director Communication, the Internal Audit, and amongst many other positions that is currently running for filling. Another area, Honourable Chair, you requested us to consider is career pathing of ICCVs in the organisation, and how do we take this discussion forward. I have some updates for you and honourable members. The updates is as follows. We have successfully employed 25 ICCVs permanently into JICS so far. 5 of these ICCVs are currently sitting as assistant directors and deputy directors, so there is a career pathing for all our ICCVs in the organization. As and when this position becomes vacant, they are applying for them in the competitive process. Honourable Chair, I'll move to slide 30. This slide covers our employment and vacancy rates. You'd find 90% of our structure funded positions filled. We're sitting with an vacancy of just under 10%, which is the norm set by DPSA. And we hope to keep going with the unfunded positions as the funding becomes available in the MTEF, and you would be informed accordingly. Slide 31, which covers the employment equity, as on page 120. On table 39, you'd find our stats breakdown of this finalized on slide 32, which slide tells you how many in terms of the various racial categories broken down. The JICS, whole JICS, African staff is 74%, colored staff is 13%, Indians and whites are sitting both at 2% equally. Slide 33 covers the expenditure with regards to the COE budget. The COE budget, according to the allocations of our budget, was 72,741,000. We've spent 72,569,000 on our personnel expenditure, which breaks the back of our entire structure that's to be filled in terms of its expenditure. You'd find another category, monies that have been used for training, and the total expenditure comes up to almost 94 million. Leave management is contained on page 121, and what I'd like to add to the Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, all performance agreements have been submitted in terms of SMS, and you'd find this on page 120, table 41. The next slide covers information technology. As you're well aware, we were still part of DCS. We've just moved out of them. We've finalized all the transversal systems, as already alluded to in Q1. We will see you again on Q2 and give you more updates as to how we've progressed in terms of ensuring all functional transversal systems are in place. We are now operating independently of DCS on our own Persal system, our own basic accounting system, and most recently the adoption of Logos, where we are patching in all our assets onto the system. What is of interest? We have now purchased tablets for each ICCV, Honourable Chair. It makes it so easy now for them to click and play and submit real-time online information from the centre directly to the port that we require it for. And this is real-time live information which we collaborate with. They have now been empowered with this tool, and it's making reporting much more easier for all of us. I'd like to go to communication and media. You see the judge many times on TV. He's been there. We've been on many talk shows. We've been on many areas of topics of discussion from now and then. Press, print, and visual media has engaged us. You'll find this on page 125, covered on graph 33. One of the best areas of Judge, and I hope we'll continue, Judge, with this, is the book campaign. Judge made sure that we ensure that every inmate has a book to read. And we are continuing with this project, Honourable Chair, which has been initiated by Inspecting Judge Edwin Cameron for the last 6 years. This you'd find on page 126. We were in partnership with NICRO. They have assisted us, donated, and also distributed some of these books to various centres with the permission of the National Commissioner. On slide 37, this is our social media presence. You'd find we're just under 1,000 followers now. This is covered on page 126, table 49. And we are also making ourselves present in X, which is now the old Twitter. Property management. Our property still stands the same as we reported to you on Q1 a few weeks ago. These leases are being attended to by the respective competent managers. But what is of interest that I come back to you on slide 39, we have made progress with regards to the accommodation of East London. We've already viewed 3 potential properties, Honourable Chair. Honourable members, we've made our submission. We are hoping that the bid adjudication committee will finalise this bid, and hopefully, Honourable members, we would be able to occupy this new premises come the new performance cycle 1 April 2026. Let's move a little bit into financials. Before I start, as you must have listened to the report of the Auditor General, we were still part of DCS's books. We were audited through DCS's books for the financial year 2024-2025. When we come back in this performance cycle, 2025-2026, we will then be presenting our own financial statements in terms of our audit outcomes by the Auditor General. But just to cover this for completeness, we had a budget allocation of 114,607,000. Our expenditure was 102 million. A 10%, just under 10% under expenditure. But it's shown here as under expenditure, but it has been taken care of in the books of DCS as in part of our Section 42 transfer. So all buildings, properties, utility bills that were still part of the books of DCS was honoured by DCS, valuing a sum of almost 12 million rands for us. Slide 42 covers the detailed expenditure report. You'd find for this performance cycle 99,737,000, which excludes the commitments at just under 2.5 million, totaling 102,226,000 as indicated. The next slide gives you more details into our compensation of employees. Allocated budget of 72,741,000. We've spent 99.76%. The expenditure sitting at 72,569,000. Our goods and services was at 41,847,000 allocation. We spent 23,398,894, 55.91% spending. The balance of them was incurred by DCS as recurring expenditure in their books. The transfers and subsidies, as already alluded to by my good colleague from DCS, the CFO, similarly, where we have overexpended by almost 800%. The reason being the overexpenditure is attributed to leave gratuities paid to former employees who have terminated their services either through retirements or resignations, and therefore this amount has exceeded. The fleet management, I went into detail on this at Q1. We've covered this. It's covered on page 131, table 57. The breakdown of vehicles can be seen on 131, table 58. And some of the vehicles requires to be replaced. And one of them that stands out is the inspecting judge's vehicle that needs to be replaced, which is more than 7 or 8 years old. And the new judge, when he takes office next year, we will have a new vehicle for him in place. Honourable Chair, honourable members, let me pause. I try to do this as quickly as possible. As you have the report, you have the slides in your hands and your inbox. I'll pause and allow questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Misa. In the absence of the chairperson, Judge, is there anything that you would like to add?
Nothing to add, Mr. Acting Chair, Honourable Acting Chair. I do have, with the goodwill and the favour of the chairperson, I have another imperative engagement in Johannesburg. I know that all my colleagues, we actually prepared carefully for a full-day meeting, and we did not expect it, as the chair herself did not expect it to run over so late. So with apology to you, I have nothing to add. And with the grace of the chairperson, I will now depart and leave it to my extremely capable colleagues. I will see you, however, on Tuesday the 4th for our quarterly report and for the bail fund update. We will introduce to the committee the new director of the bail fund, Ms. Jodie Fredericks, and the third trustee, interim trustee, who's Justice Richard Goldstone, together with me and Lee Bozilek. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And then over to members. Questions? Well, I guess that will be all of us. Let's start with Honourable Sakpoko, and then we'll work our way up to this side.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just one or two questions I have. One, the CEO make mention of new directorates that they will have. And I wanted to check whether is that in any way assisting them, because my question would have been before you make that submission, how would they increase their capacity to investigate with these new directorates and dealing with outstanding reports that they have? Second, again, it was written that they've got 179 unfunded positions. He have just made mention that it has been reduced to 141 and still have 43 unfilled positions. With that being said, how are they maintaining to effectively do their oversights as opposed with positions not filled and with 141 from the 179 I spoke about? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sekopo. Honourable Niaus.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to be short because I think the main part of the questions that I wanted to ask, I'd probably wait until the 4th when Mr. Justice Cameron is here, but let me ask the following questions quickly. When do you expect now to be fully divorced from the Department of Correctional Services, where that independence that you have will be fully enacted, that you no longer have any links in terms of management, financial transfers, etc., etc.? That's my first question. My second question relates to employment equity. I can't remember, I think you need to help me, whether in terms of also the ratio between males and females you meet, what are the requirements that it should be at least 50-50? And can you give us an indication if that is the case? If not, can you please help us with a plan that you have in order to achieve that? Then I'm going to make a general statement which you may want to respond to or not, and then I think it should stand over until the next meeting. I listened with great interest to the introductory remarks of Mr. Justice Cameron. And I understand where those remarks come from. But I also am very concerned about the environment in which we have to operate. Because if I look at recent statistics, there is an international, what is called an international safety indicator. And in the last year, South Africa has dropped 50 places. In fact, we now find ourselves in a place where we are worse than some countries that are officially at war. Now, I understand what Mr. Justice Cameron is saying to us about the issue of the number of prisons, and as far as I can understand, he's taking us, and I think the CEO also was hinting in that direction, that we can deal with these issues through greater efficiencies within the integrated justice system, rather than trying to build new prisons. But I've watched carefully the social media responses when we have these meetings. And the negative response that there is when we talk about the conditions of prisoners and that prisoners should be treated reasonably, which I fully support, and all of that. We have an environment where the space in order to deal with these issues is extremely small. And people's patience is up. So in that environment, we need to come up with proposals that will also satisfy the fear of our communities. Because those fears lead to a call, and I fully understand that call, although I may not support the call in terms of its practicality. Those fears lead to a call for harsher and harsher action. Worse conditions in prison, people say we don't care. More and more people to be imprisoned. I want you to comment on this. I personally am engaging in my own mind how we deal with this. Because I think the wave of negative reaction and, in fact, desperation that our communities are feeling has to be addressed. So yes, we can talk about all the nice things in terms of, you know, we must treat prisoners properly, we mustn't increase the number of beds, there's enough prisons already, as Mr. Justice Cameron had said. But what then, if we don't increase the number of prisons, if we don't enact harsher sentences, if we don't deal in a stronger way with the issue of parole and the perception of easy parole, and all the implications all of that has, what then is the message that we need to give to our communities? Because the reality is that our communities out there are feeling entirely unsafe. And the reality also is that the statistics back that up. So I want a response to that, if you can. And then my old bugbear, which I've raised many times, and I know Mr. Justice Cameron agrees with me, and CEO, you also agree. How quickly can we get the declared state patients out of prisons? They should not be there. And I don't know what engagements is going on also with the Department of Health to create the necessary places for those state patients to be accommodated in facilities of the Department of Health. Because as far as I'm concerned, we're actually busy with an international human rights crime by keeping state patients in prisons. Thank you.
I don't know the sequence you were chairing, so you must guide me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a variety of questions. I've divided it in 7 themes. And for ease of reference, I've included page numbers where I refer to the questions, and I have sent the question paper to the CEO in writing. So the theme 1 is about JICS independence, powers and resources. The toothless watchdog dilemma. The inspecting judge's foreword describes uncovering horrific abuse on page 10, and a system 54% overcapacity also on page 10. Yet JICS's power is primarily to observe, report and recommend. Given the sheer scale of non-compliance from DCS, exemplified by the fact that DCS provided only 77 investigation reports out of 913 requested as stated on page 62, what concrete consequences does JIC face when its recommendations are ignored? What specific enforceable powers in the draft JICS bill referred to page 15 are absolutely critical to move from being a commentator to a true enforcer of human rights? Resource constraints versus your mandate. The inspecting judge explicitly states JICS urgently needs more ICCVs, inspectors and investigators on page 13. With 238 operational facilities, page 27, and only 171 inspections conducted, 150 announced and 21 unannounced, as indicated on page 16. And with 192 ICCVs against 225 approved posts, page 16, your oversight coverage is inherently limited. Can you provide the committee with a detailed business case outlining the specific human and financial resources required to achieve a minimally acceptable level of oversight, including an ICCV at every center and a significantly higher number of unannounced inspections? Theme 2, the overcrowding crisis, the root of all evil. The remand detainee catastrophe, the report highlights that 2,039 remand detainees could not afford bail of less than R1,000, with some held for as little as R300 on page 10. This is a failure of the entire justice system. What specific joint interventions has JICS proposed or undertaken with the Department of Justice, the NPA and the Judiciary to address this unconstitutional and economically irrational situation? Is the proposed bail fund pilot, on page 12, while commendable, merely a stopgap that lets the courts and prosecutors off the hook? The lifer parole bottleneck. The report reveals a shocking statistic. The minister approved only 6%, that's 53 out of a potential 694, of lifer parole applications that has already been approved by the judge-headed National Council of Correctional Services on page 43. This creates a temporary, permanent population that directly fuels overcrowding. This indicates a profound breakdown. Has JICS conducted any analysis on the minister's reasons for rejecting 94% of these judge-approved applications? Does this not point to a need for a radical overhaul of the final decision-making process for lifer parole, given the direct impact on overcrowding? Criminalization of migration. The number of incarcerated non-nationals has skyrocketed to 25,443, with at least 6,291 held for immigration-related offences, page 12 and 111. This policy actively exacerbates the overcrowding crisis. What has been the tangible outcome of your engagement with the Department of Home Affairs on this issue? Is it not time for JICS to take a stronger public stance that the criminalization of undocumented migration is collapsing the correctional system from within? Parole board dysfunction. It is probably a bit off topic, but since it's referred to in the report on page 11, relating to the independence of the boards as a separate operational entity from DCS. Has JICS given consideration in light of the parole system review to suggest that parole boards fall under JICS as a new chief directorate, where quarterly reports from them can be presented to Parliament through the Portfolio Committee? Would JICS be in favour of such an outcome? Theme 3, condition of detention, a litany of failures, state patients, a national scandal. The number of state patients languishing in correctional centres has increased sharply from 204 to 315, pages 16 and 49. These centres are wholly unequipped to care for them, creating danger for all, on page 11. While we note the engagements with the Department of Health, as indicated on page 11 and 31 and 50, the number has increased dramatically. The commitments and plans you reference has yielded no tangible results. What is your next step when interdepartmental diplomacy fails so catastrophically? Will JICS consider litigation to force the Department of Health to fulfill its constitutional obligations? Dilapidated infrastructure. The report is replete with examples of centres in a state of collapse, such as Allendale, severely overcrowded and dilapidated on page 51. Durban Medium Ace Kitchen, closed for being unhygienic, page 11 and 52. And Mankanduli's perimeter fence. Yeah, I'm not so good at that. Leading to break-ins on page 11. Has JICS conducted a systemic national audit of these critical infrastructure failures and presented this as a matter of extreme urgency to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure? What is the single biggest obstacle to fixing this, and why does the arrangements giving DCS more control over maintenance, as stated on page 11, not appear to be working? Systemic violence and maximum force. Investigations like seizures during search at Paulsmoor, alleging severe assault during EST operations on page 57, and the rise in official on inmate assault, page 61, are alarming. The report notes a lack of reporting on the use of force and alludes to a culture of maximum force on page 56. Beyond investigating individual cases, what is JICS doing to address the apparent culture of violence and impunity within units like the EST? Are your findings being systematically shared with SAPS and the NPA to ensure criminal accountability? If not, why? Theme 4, own performance and accountability. Data integrity. The report includes a disclaimer that DCS's e-correction system is erratic and is therefore not currently reliable, and that some statistics are based on JICS's observations on page 27. How can Parliament have confidence in the official population and other statistics provided by DCS and reported by JICS if the primary data system is unreliable? What is JICS doing to verify DCS's data independently and robustly? The Abaloli project, the 21 unannounced inspections, pages 16, 32 and 39, are a positive step, but this is a tiny fraction of the total inspections and is described as dependent on the availability of funds and personnel. Why is this project not a core, non-negotiable part of your inspection strategy? Will you commit to the committee to significantly increase the proportion of unannounced inspections in this coming year, as they are clearly more effective at revealing the truth than announced visits? The fifth theme, financial management, under expenditure and operational capacity. Chronic under expenditure versus pleas for resources. JICS reported a significant under expenditure of 12.38 million rand. That's 10.81% of your budget, on page 16. The reasons cited are reliance on DCS systems and delays in establishing transversal systems. How do you reconcile this substantial under expenditure with the inspecting judge's urgent plea for more resources, as stated on page 12? Specifically for ICCVs, inspectors and investigators. Can you provide a detailed breakdown of what these unspent funds were originally allocated for? And what specific time-bound plan is in place to ensure this does not occur in 2025-2026 now that you have independent systems, your vacancy rate, and the impact on your mandate. The report shows JICS has 268 filled posts out of 311 approved funded positions, a vacancy rate of approximately 14%, as stated on page 16. Furthermore, the ICCV program has 188 filled positions against 225 approved posts. What is the primary cause for this high vacancy rate? Can you demonstrate to the committee how this directly impairs your ability to conduct more inspections, handle more complaints, and finalize investigations more quickly? What is the detailed strategy to fill these critical posts? Dependence on DCS systems and ICT failure. The report states that for the first 3 months of the financial year, JICS could not transact or process any payments due to its dependence on DCS, page 16. It's also noted that DCS e-correction system is erratic and not currently reliable. Beyond acquiring basic transversal systems, what is JICS' specific funded plan to develop its own independent, reliable ICT infrastructure for data management and operational reporting? How can Parliament trust your data when your primary source is admitted to be unreliable? In theme 6, internal governance and accountability. The lack of consequences for internal misconduct, table 45, page 122, shows that only 5 disciplinary hearings were finalized for the entire year, addressing minor issues like failure to adhere to working hours and insubordination. There is no mention of disciplinary action for corruption or serious misconduct. Given the extreme high-risk environment JICS operates in, does this low number of disciplinary cases suggest a robust, well-behaved staff component or a potential failure to identify and act on more serious forms of misconduct, especially given the corruption you are meant to uncover within DCS? And then just a little typo, I think table 40, at the bottom of page 120 is indicated as table 41. So, theme 7, the oversight of the oversight, JICS' own performance metrics. Quality and impact of inspections. While JICS reports conducting 171 inspections, the report shows that 110 of the 150 announced inspections were rated only satisfactory, page 39. A rating defined as having deficiencies requiring attention and adequate management, page 32. Is a satisfactory rating an acceptable standard for a system in crisis? Given the dire conditions described throughout the report, does this rating system risk normalizing substandard conditions? What measures are in place to ensure that satisfactory does not become a complacent default rating? In other words, celebrating mediocrity. Investigations, backlog and timelines, table 20, page 55 and 56. Shows that of the 48 investigations mandated, a significant number are listed as outstanding or investigation ongoing, well past the period under review. What is the average time taken to finalize a JICS investigation? Given the small number of investigations, being 48, relative to the scale of the system, what processes are being implemented to increase the throughput and reduce the turnaround time of these critical investigations, especially those involving deaths and serious assault? ICCV effectiveness and data capturing. The report notes that ICCVs handled 56,817 complaints on page 75. But a vast majority, 17,466, were categorized as other on page 78. The other category is a catch-all that lacks analytical value. What steps is JICS taking to improve its complaints categorization and data analysis to better identify systemic issues, rather than just quantifying activity? How are you ensuring the high volume of complaints translates into actionable intelligence for your oversight function? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Engelbrecht. We have members that have left. Honorable Shangase, Honorable Papkasa, and Honorable Claude. Claude has an emergency, and Honorable Shangase and Papkasa, it's limiting flights to Durban. In actual fact, I don't think they will make it because they are stuck in traffic. I was just saying to them now, they must just turn back. We're still in session. Because if their flight is at 5 and they're still stuck in traffic, they will not make it. So in those absence of the members, Ms. Sowazi will come in with questions on behalf of the committee, including Mr. Matabat, to wrap up. Ms. Sowazi, you will start, and then Dr. Matabat, so that tomorrow you have a good race. You leave everything today here. Ms. Sowazi.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all the members. I hope I'm audible. I'm often told that I've got a soft voice. Just a few questions to the inspecting judge and the CEO and JICS at large. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very insightful. The annual report, rather, speaks about the staff, the HR component, and between permanent staff, contract staff, and the ICCVs, most of the resignations stem from the ICCV component. So one would like to know about issues around the development, and I think that has already been covered in terms of the career pathing. But with regards to the resignations, how is the Inspectorate looking at retaining ICCVs so they don't, get out of the system? Keeping with the issue of HR, the presentation does give us a breakdown of the average days of a staff members' sick leave. So on average, it's about 12 days. That's what the report says. And that is on the highly skilled supervision staff members, which is between levels 9 and 12. So, and senior management and so on and so forth. So the breakdown goes on. The question really would be, what is the Inspectorate doing to looking at issues of wellness of employees, especially if you look at these kind of levels, which can be quite stressful? What is the Inspectorate doing to look after the wellness of employees and staff members? Honorable Niehaus would have touched on the issue of state patients, and I'd like to just piggyback on that question as well. And the inspecting judge in the foreword does speak about the fact that the Inspectorate has touched base with the Health Ombudsman as well as the National Department of Health. And one would like to find out how have those engagements been and what are the outcomes. With regards to, I think the issue of the vacancy rate has been touched on. And on the issues of segregations, what role does JICS play while of course DCS plays that role, what is the Inspectorate role, if any, is the Inspectorate playing in sensitizing DCS officials on the workings of Section 30 of the Correctional Services Act? And lastly, it is on the fees, the costs of legal services. In the previous financial year, in 2023-24, the cost for legal services cost the Inspectorate 219 million, excuse me, no, 219,000. Yes. In the year under review, it's 931,000. And so this is an increase of about 711,000. This translates to about 76%. So one would like to find out about these costs which have increased exponentially. And in the Ntuli case, the Inspectorate has reported that it did make submissions, oral and written submissions, before the Constitutional Court, as it was admitted as amicus curiae. One would like to find out how this has benefited the Inspectorate in fulfilling its mandate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Soazi. Mr. Matabat.
Chair, thanks and afternoon. Mine is just two quick ones on properties. I've noted, CEO, the lease for Western Cape Management region will expire in April 2026. Have you started the processes for advertisement so that we don't find ourselves last minute extending? Secondly, you mentioned that for the Eastern Cape Management region, you've already viewed 3 properties. Remember, for the past few years, you've been using the magistrates' courts, which I would assume you did not spend anything there. How is this going to affect your budget? How do you see this affecting your budget, and how are you going to fund that particular lease, taking into account the amount that we spend mostly for these leases? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matabate. Both Ms. Soazi and Matabate for adding more to the committee's questions and clarities. CEO, over to you and the team. You will start so that you
I was
don't
going to do it
repeat.
the other way, but
No.
I'm guarded by you.
We don't start with them, because when you start with them, when you come on board, you still talk to what they would have raised.
No, sure.
So you start, and then they add on top of where you have missed. In that way, you don't. They get covered by what you would have said, because in any case, you touch on their work as well. So over to you.
No, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity once again, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, and the 2 colleagues that have added onto the question basket. We embrace them and we'll respond accordingly. I would respond to most of them, and I'll try and request some of the litigation questions, the ICCV ones, to be dealt with by my colleagues to my left. The first one from Honourable Sokopo, the new directorates. Whether they're going to assist us. If one looks currently in this report itself, you see 3 directorates. But now you find that there's 5 directorates. So automatically you see there's a statutory required position, a director, which is the CFO. Our CFO's work was done by DCS. DCS was our CFO. Now we have our own established CFO component, which deals with all our financial and related matters. Then it comes to the next directorate, and that is the core functions is inspections and investigations. I've alluded to this in the presentation. There's a split in the current directorate, which is legal services. It splits into 2 directorates, and thus giving birth to the 5th directorate, including regions. Now, whether we need more, I don't think we are to grow a very big tree. As long as we can get the work done, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, in the confines of the budget allocation to us. So, yes, we have what we would call a new directorate, that is investigations. And this investigations arm now will deal with all the sophisticated forensic investigations which JICS lacked previously. So in this new directorate, we will now start putting in what we would call lots of energy and capacity to ensure that we have the adequate staff to deal with it. The unfunded positions of 141, as alluded to by Honorable Sukopo, this actually has been reduced from 179, and it's a dual answer. Those that were contractually obligated, those that were temporary staff, has now been absorbed into the organizational structure, into the whole structure through National Treasury and DPSA. We only sit now with 141 positions that needs money. And this funding will be dealt with in the MTEF process as an incremental process when these positions become critically required. We are currently busy with a recruitment drive as I speak to you, trying to fill in all these positions that had been vacant but has not been filled due to the austerity measures and the moratorium placed by DPSA for the last 2 years, which we are now vigorously filling. The 141 will be dealt with as the MTF unrolls. The divorce. Yes, we are divorced. We're totally divorced. Totally divorced. Now and then I knock on the door of the National Commissioner, but I guess it's synergized comradeship on ensuring that if I need help in this area, he's ensuring that he provides that capacity for me until we have that in place. But when we talk about fully divorced, we are divorced. I've signed over all the assets as transferred by him to me. We've already alerted the Auditor General of the asset transfer. My team is currently populating this on the Logos system so that we could start now all our assets being transferred and recorded on our Logos system. So yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Niehaus, we are divorced. But what comes with it is a continued relationship, and that is what's intact. Professional relationship to ensure that when we require assistance from his office, he's ever ready to ensure that that capacity of competence is provided to us in the short term as we need it. Employment equity ratios, these are determined by the Department of Labor and Employment, and there's norms set. I'll just give you one example. Disabled persons got to be 2%. We are sitting on 1%. And I guess that's where you're zooming. But Honorable Chair, about 2 weeks ago, we had an incident where a totally blind person wanted to be employed as an ICCV. And I hope you understand this complexities. If we do employ, we've got to have an aide or an assistant for this person in order for this person to perform this duty. So there is some form of marginalization in terms of this, but we built this in terms of our employment equity plan to ensure that we are targeting certain categories and groups in order to fulfill our employment ratio. We've met the bar on terms of our senior managers. We have 2 females in place, and we have 2 males in place. So I think we balance the books there, but we will be guided by the employment equity plan as we move forward. The environment, it's not an easy environment. You've already heard lots of it from the National Commissioner, the Minister this morning, even the Judge, on one of the gross overcrowding issues that is a nightmare to all of us. But the question is, as you ask, what is to be done and how do we address this? I guess it's a broader engagement which requires various other parties to be involved, maybe the broader criminal justice system, the NPA, the judiciary itself that needs to be part of this in order for us to address how do we deal with it. If you recall, I addressed you on what do we do with these remand detainees, because we got bed space for all our sentenced inmates. So this is one of the areas that we could look at as a pocket to start dealing with, maybe, and I'm starting to give suggestions, maybe in Gauteng, because that is the most concentrated remand detainees in the country, and maybe try and find solutions as a project in that area. The minimum sentencing has a huge impact on the determinations of sentencing and sending them to National Commissioner. 15 years is 15 years, you got to go for 15 years. 20 years is 20, life, he's got to life. So, and then obviously the partial judgment, van Vieren judgment comes in and kicks in and does those calculations. But Honourable Chair, you'd recall some time ago I had alluded that we need to resuscitate the discussion around minimum sentencing dialogue. We've introduced this through the judge in the 6th administration. We parked it. Honourable Engelbrecht was there, he recalls. We started this discussion. It got to the tail end of that 6th administration, and then Judge pulled back and said, let's wait till the 7th administration comes in, let them find their feet, and let's then once again introduce the discussion around the minimum sentencing. Honourable Chair, I humbly request that we resuscitate this discussion so that we could get all the stakeholders around the table to see how are we going to address the minimum sentencing. There is a project being run by the South African Law Reform Commission, headed by Advocate J.B. Skosana, and I think you have met him at the summit. He's busy working on some reform, but I guess it's broader than just a patchwork in the Criminal Procedure Act. The declared state patience, it is absolutely an international crisis. One of these fine days we would get litigated, either the National Commissioner himself or the Minister, for having incarcerated totally declared state patients. The engagements. Inspecting Judge, through our office, has engaged the Ombuds on Health, has even approached the Chief Justice on trying to address the heads of courts on redirecting some of these state patients that appear before them to their respective homes, that is health facilities, and rather challenging them towards the National Commissioner's incarcerated areas. So it is an ongoing discussion, and I guess maybe the further one is, as alluded to on the previous occasion, Honourable Chair, you'd recall, a judge said we'd make some submission on considering the amendment of the Criminal Procedure Act, maybe a line or two. Now I'm going to go to all the big questions of our colleague, Honourable Engelbrecht, and I'm going to try and answer most of them. If not, my colleagues will. The JICS bill, it's in version 26, whether we have the teeth or whether we just only make noise. Currently, we make the noise, but we hope that there is a reaction. We are already in this version. We wait final comments from the Minister and the National Commissioner now on this bill so that it could be channeled towards Cabinet, get the go-ahead from Cabinet, and that should be soon, because there has been extensive engagements with the National Commissioner, the South African Law Reform Commission, JICS itself, and all our partners have been on board through this bill. As I'm saying, it's already in its 26th version. There is some form of bite in it, but I guess when you have it in your inboxes, and maybe we should give it to you so that you can start reflecting and reading on it in the meantime, so that you can have a bird's eye view on it in the meantime. And I'll guess maybe we'll send it officially through the Inspecting Judge's Chamber to the Honourable Chair. It has a lot more than one would think that's built in now in the JICS bill. So we're not only going to make noise, there'll be also somewhat compliance requirements. JICS needs more ICCVs. Yes, we need, there are 243 prisons in the country. We're sitting with 225. We have an allocation of actually from DCS previously of 275. But when the transfer took place, 50 of them were unfunded. So we sit with 275 still in our books, but we have funding for 225, and we are securing this 50 position fundings through the MTEF. Oversight, whether our oversight is limited in terms of human and financial capabilities, we are continuously engaging National Treasury, and we walk the road. We are a new kid around the block, newly established as a national government component. They're taking us by the hand and ensuring that, that we are costed and all our programs are funded, and that we are monitored on the E&E in terms of our budgeting processes. And we hope to come back to this August House in Q2 on the 4th of November and report more. The root of all evil, 2039 RDs. We'll talk to you more about this when we get here on the 4th, when we present the bail fund to you. and you'd hear a little more as alluded to by the inspecting judge. But just to indicate that it is not a stopgap. It is one of many solutions that we as JICS have identified to address those that cannot afford bail, as you alluded to, some of them less than 300, which is covered on page 12. Parole issues, 6%, 694 lifers, only 53 were granted. I think it's covered in our report. This is the status, this is how it is, this is how it stands. We are a reporting agent. We will report as the things unfold to us and brought to our attention, and most importantly, as we observe them on the shop floor. As it occurs, whether it's Krugersdorp, just mentioned now by the inspecting judge, we will report accordingly as we observe. So this is in terms of observation and reporting. The criminalization of migration, overcrowding, tangible outcomes with immigration and home affairs, our working relations. We have the home affairs and immigration officers at all our VC meetings. They are there. But, Honorable Chair, this is what comes out in that discussion. I've been at few of these, and maybe when you do have time and some of the members are available to join us at some of these meetings. At Barberton, they put them into the van, they get to Komatipoort. Before the van even gets back to Barberton, you find the same guys walking around the street. So that's deportation. I'm not sure whether we've lost something. This is across. And you'd find the concentration of majority of these non-nationals in the LMN region and predominantly in Gauteng, the belly of Africa, or South Africa. So the working relationship, National Commissioner has on many occasions engaged the Home Affairs to try and find tangible solutions of how do we address these non-nationals, and more specifically related to the deportation orders. Once again, and maybe I'm proposing again, let them get into the Lendela detention camps and get them out of our prison system. Let that responsible department take responsibility for that activity, and let it not be DCS as what we would say the dumping ground. Parole independence, and should JICS have another arm? This was elaborated and discussed at the recent parole where we were all present. And I guess we'd be guided by the outcomes of that parole summit, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. But beyond that, we've already made submissions prior to the summit. And in that submissions that we've made to the Honorable Minister in the 6th administration, we've canvassed of how the parole boards should be positioned. And it definitely should be independent. We're not saying that it should be in JICS, but it should be independent. Tangible results on the Department of Health in terms of the declared state patients. I think we've covered this. There's extensive engagements by we have numerous correspondence. I think we've shared this some time ago with your office, of all the communications that we've had with the Department of Health, with the Ombuds of Health, and most recently, Inspecting Judge, with the Chief Justice on a way forward of how do we divert these declared state patients to their rightful homes. The lack of reporting on the use of force, well, I cannot say it's a lack. I would say whatever force that has been used in the centers, but we are concentrating on the excessive use of force. There is permissible use of force, and it's regulated in terms of the Act. What force is permissible and what apparatus is to be used in terms of that force. But we report on the excessive use of force and most instances that results in fatalities that we investigate. It's in the report. EST. Judge has on numerous occasions written to the National Commissioner on specifically the EST, and at least to have them at least given a number or some form of identification, because they have these balaclavas. You cannot make their face out, and when they enter into a center, the raids takes place and sometimes incidents occur. But we've made suggestions, and I guess National Commissioner is still reflecting on the suggestions proposed by the inspecting judge. Data integrity. Obviously, the e-correction systems is not reliable, as alluded to. It is not rolled out throughout all 243 centers. It was a pilot. But I guess we have already been informed of a new system that's being developed through CETA, and we hope that that system will enable all of us to have much more accurate and informed reporting. Beyond that, we currently have our own website, and you can view it. It's driven on our own servers. We've separated from DCS. We are currently now moving to an intranet system on the back end of our entire value chain on all these areas that we have reported on. It's in its advanced stage, and you'll hear more as we come to account to this August House. The Aboshlole project, or what you would call the unannounced inspections, we support it. But this is a project that we are empowering our senior managers to go out and also see firsthand what is a correctional center all about. It's similar to the senior managers project run by the National School of Government. And whether we're going to adopt all our inspections as unannounced, I guess maybe we'll reflect on this and we'll be guided by future deliberations and discussions on it. We have pitched our national inspection plan at 150. We are conducting the 150 inspections. We started off many years ago at 81, at 33% visits. We are now sitting at almost 58% visits of all correction centers. We hope with the power of capacitation, we'd be able to visit all correction centers in a cycle of 12 months. That's our target. The under expenditure of the 10,081,000, as I've alluded to, this money is already sucked into the DCS budget. It was part of our Section 42 transfer. We had no power over it because the National Commissioner and his team had to pay for all our properties, our IT with CETA through that 10,081,000, which equated to almost a 10% shortfall underspending. And that was part of our transition. During that transition, and therefore that first 3 months, whilst we were enabling the systems, we were dependent on DCS at that time. 268 full positions versus 301, vacancy rates of 14%, ICCVs at 188 out of 225. This was part of the austerity measures. All those positions are currently being filled as I speak to you now. There's a vigorous recruitment drive currently. The CFO's post is also running. We have the chairperson of that panel alone to be the CFO from the OCJ, the Office of the Chief Justice, to chair that panel, has been approved by the minister, that panel, and amongst many other posts that is running. We had to be dependent on DCS for that first 3 months because we are still transiting. And we were waiting for our enabling systems. In fact, we still owe them 88 million rand, and we're just waiting for a transfer from the CFO of DCS to sign off so that we could transfer that funds to them. The quality of our work, how do we classify satisfactory versus unsatisfactory versus good? There is an indicator, it's covered, a breakdown in the annual report that gives you an indicator. How do we determine this? Let me use an example. The one portion of the center might be good, and which is cleanliness or condition. But when we go to the other part, it's overcrowded. A good example was Krugersdorp last Thursday. Cell to home, 32 inmates sits with 101. A cell to accommodate 32 inmates sitting with 101 inmates, one shower, one toilet, and their bath tap doesn't stop for the whole day. So this is just an example, and that gives you an indication. Based on just overcrowding, it knocks it down to, obviously, to another category. So therefore you'll see the quality and ratings accordingly referred to in those pages as alluded to by you. I'll leave the ICCV's issues to Madam Sibuta, and I'd leave the litigation issues on the cost of legal services to Madam Ngema. I'll just cover the issues of the HR component, the contracts. We've absorbed them already into the structure. We brought them in. The resignations of ICCVs is continuous. They find greener pastures, they find better jobs. Just this week, 2 ICCVs were poached by DCS. They found better jobs there, so they gone to DCS. Now we cannot stop them. And this is very good for them because it's part of their development and their career pathing. So likewise, they find their way either into the justice, into the courts, into the NPA, etc. And this is part of what we would call ICCV training ground, that we groom them into the public service. Retaining of ICCVs, they have an opportunity to move into the upper echelons of management and into various other positions. They will apply, they will participate, and they will contest with other applicants. The leave of level 9s to 12 sick leaves, 10 days, this is the norm. If you work it out, it's 30 days for 3-year cycle. It's a benchmark. This is how it is. This is how we report it. As I speak to you now, Honourable Chair, there's a wellness today there in Pretoria. They're busy doing aerobics. The other day they were in East London, they were on the beach, they were doing some activities with some specialists. So yes, there is continuous wellness programs taking place so that our workforce is also mentally and also physically stable. We've covered the state patients' engagements. The segregations, specifically in relations to Section 30, I'll request Madam Ngema to deal with it. She'll cover the costs of the legal services and the litigations, the properties. I think there is an extension of Cape Town already in the books. It's already planned, because that is actually our home for the Western Cape Region Office, and it'll home the new inspecting judge that takes office from January, and it's actually our parliamentary office to come to Parliament. So we use that office as our Cape Town-based office. There is an extension on that, and it's negotiated. The Eastern Cape properties, the monies for this, yes, it's part of the Section 42 transfer from DCS. It is catered for in our transfer of the monies allocated in our budget. Our current budget is 121 million. The money is in there. So it's taken care of. And yes, we are indeed indebted to the Department of Justice for accommodating us for the last 4 to 5 years in the East London Magistrates Court until we have our new home. I will pause, Honourable Chair, with your permission, allow Madam Sibuta and then Madam Ngema to round off the balance of those questions. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, the National Commissioner, all protocol observed. I will just touch on a few that are related to the ICCVs. In particular, there was a question regarding the category of complaints that we refer to it as other. We have seen that it is, or it has a loophole, and we are in the process of reviewing that, because most of the complaints or requests that do not fall in any of the categories that we are having at JICS, so the ICCVs would cluster those complaints under that category. So we are in the process of reviewing, but I must also indicate to the House that out of the complaints that were reported by the ICCVs, 78.40 of them were finalized. So we are looking into that, and we will ensure that we discontinue utilizing that category, because continuously in all the annual reports, in all the quarterly reports, you will find having high numbers of complaints, but they are being attended by the ICCVs. Maybe to add on the question that was raised regarding the equity targets which the CEO has touched, but I will just add in terms of the ICCVs. Yes, indeed, we do not meet the set targets when it comes to the ICCVs. The challenge that we are experiencing every time when we recruit the ICCVs, you'll find the female candidates performing more than male candidates, and we end up having the high number of females versus the males that we are currently having in the organization. I think the last one that I will touch on or add from what the CEO has indicated and which we've been reporting, it's regarding the resignation of ICCVs that we are currently having. We are seeing a high number of them leaving JICS due to greener pastures, but we are trying to ensure that we elevate them to the next level, but we cannot stop them as and when they want to leave. There was a question regarding the data integrity that was raised. Maybe to add CEO to say that we have identified the gaps, and we do meet with DCS, especially when we come to the annual report. Maybe what we need to improve on quarterly reports that we are finalizing, so that we cross-check, cross-reference the information so that it can be a reliable information presented here, because we have identified some of the gaps in the statistics that was reported by JICS and DCS. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, members, National Commissioner, and colleagues from DCS and JICS. I will attempt to answer a few questions, especially regarding the legal costs and the court matters. There was a question on the Ntuli matter as to how has it benefited the Judicial Inspectorate by its involvement in the matter. I am not sure whether I can label it as a benefit, but I will say that JICS had fulfilled its mandate by being involved in that matter, because the Constitution guarantees everyone, including the inmates, a right to basic education and to further education, and this matter particularly involved the right to have access to education. Hence, we applied to become an amicus in the court, and we assisted in that way, and we have fulfilled the mandate of JICS to uphold the inmates' rights. And if I may just add also that there were no costs involved with us being involved in this matter. We had attorneys assisting us on pro bono basis, so there were no legal costs involved. And then there was also another question as to how come the legal costs are high compared to the previous performance cycle. There are, I would say, two reasons. One, we have been involved in a lot of litigation, especially emanating from inmates in CMEX, where they were challenging solitary confinement, and JICS was always cited in those matters, and we partook in those matters. So us being involved in those litigation, we had to instruct the state attorney and them had to brief counsel in those matters. Hence, the legal costs are a bit high. And secondly, we did touch in one issue when we appeared to present our first quarter also, and we were requested to do a submission to the committee, which we did on the settlement that we did on one of the matters that was litigated. And if I may pause and add that we may even incur more costs going forward on legal matters, because in many instances now, we have had an encounter where when we instruct the Office of the State Attorney, they will say there is a conflict of interest because they will be representing the department. And when we serve them with our papers, when we file our papers, they will say they won't be able to assist us. So we have to outsource that matter to private attorneys and get counsel. So these costs we are seeing this year might be more in the near future. There was also a question on the segregation as to what has the Inspectorate done to sensitize the officials on the workings of these segregations. Whenever we're making our recommendations on the segregations appeal, we always sensitize the head of center and urge them to sensitize the officials under their supervision. And also when we are conducting our inspections, we always have discussions on these subjects. I do believe that the CEO has touched on the toothlessness of JICS as a watchdog, taking into consideration the few number of investigative reports received on the complaints and also on the satisfactory rating, whether it's an acceptable standard. I'm not sure, CEO, if you had responded on the inspections and investigations. How come our investigations are not, it takes time to have them finalized? I will mention, Chair and members, that we have 9 currently of the inspectors doing a dual function of being inspectors and investigators. So you would imagine that with having to conduct inspection, also it's the very same officials that are conducting investigation. Hence, it takes longer for our investigators to finalize the investigations. But as the CEO has alluded earlier, that we are expanding our structure, wherein the inspectors and investigators are going to be a directorate on its own, as when we get funding, we will capacitate this directorate so that we can even increase the number of the incidents that we investigate in the correctional facilities. I think I've covered what touches on my deliverables as CEO. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sibuta and Madam Gema. I'm not sure, colleagues, anything to add?
Yes, thank you, CEO. Maybe just need to add, in terms of our ICCVs, we must remember that we have a 3-year program with them, where we appoint them on a 3-year fixed-term period. That's a community-based program, so that's why there's also every 3 years there is a turnaround. And rightfully, as discussed, some of them do get opportunities, and most of them actually go into DCS, some go to other departments and even police services.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think whether we're going to litigate on state patients, I think we'd have to exhaust all means, discussions around that with the National Commissioner and all the role players. I think that's not on our mind just yet. But I think we need to engage all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO. Members, were your questions all answered? Sokop. Mr. Waz? Mr. Matawa?
Yes, Chair.
I wouldn't want you to run on Sunday with missing questions. You might not make it in the final line. So, do we have follow-ups, colleagues? Sure. The responses. You were from where? Thank you so much. There's no follow-up. Members are satisfied with your responses. and the clarities you've provided on some of the questions they've raised. And some of the questions they've raised would form part of our recommendations that we'll forward to you once fully adopted in the House as part of our submission as the Portfolio Committee. But let's get 2 or 3 that you would part ways with today, and then the rest you'll get once the committee had a chance to deliberate on all of them next week. We are to conclude on all recommendations on DCS, including JICS, next week, Tuesday. I think the issue what Judge Cameron spoke to, and which was further lamented by Honorable Niehaus on the building of new prisons, I think it should be a debate in one day in the Portfolio Committee so that we can exhaust some of these discussions, because I'm equally share the same sentiments that building new prisons does not solve any current overcrowding situations. We need to deal with the core issues that talks to overcrowding. And as correctly put it, the bed space capacity of correctional facilities is enough for sentence offenders. Then the issue becomes the remand detainees, who are the ones that are creating this overcrowding. And outside that, you have issues of foreign nationals, inmates who are incarcerated in correctional facilities, some over immigration matters, which Home Affairs must be the ones that are dealing with that aspect, but they're thrown in DCS. They are suggestions of the inmate exchange program with other countries, especially the SADC countries, which the departments must lead through the minister and the national commissioner with their own counterparts in the other countries on that program. The issue of state patients, which are equally contributed to overcrowding, which the Department of Health must talk to it. Justice equally for remand detainees who are waiting trial for more than 2 years. We had an incident when we were in Mthatha on our first day of oversight last week, where we were shocked when we went to the female section and we met 2 females. One was telling us that her matter is still not yet in discussion in the court, and this is, it's 7 years now, from 2017. So when she goes to court, her matter gets to be postponed every time because there's change of counsel, there's this, and so it's now 7 years. And what is funny about it is that her co-accused have been released. So all her co-accused are outside. Others are on bail, others are, but she's still awaiting a day, her matter to start to be processed in court. The other one is 5 years, still awaiting trial, and which they were in the same unit or the cell that would have went to. So it's some of this justice issues that really the justice system needs to assist on. So we were really shocked in that aspect. I don't know how the lady who has 7 years has managed to pull herself together. I think I would have collapsed. 7 years, your matter is not yet. By the time they start that discussions, it's going to take also its own time. And if you're found guilty, your sentence starts the day you are sentenced, while you had many years incarcerated, which are not going to count. So these are some of the matters that also are contributors to overcrowding that we should be The justice cluster on its own should be assisting one another to try to alleviate some of these issues. So hence I'm saying the issue of building more prison, we need to really make it a standalone item in the portfolio committee, have the department of DCS, have JICS, the portfolio committee, sit and honestly reflect and speak to these matters. And really have an undertaking whether is it the best solution of building more prisons. And if it's not the best solutions, how are we going to mitigate the current challenges that we're having? And if the best solution, what are the quickest way to ensure the building process does not even take time? With DPW on how it operates, now DBSA has followed through the same thing as Public Works. So the minister indicated that you can agree to start the process of building, but it's another. So you might start it now. You find the 8th administration will be the ones that talk about the new building of prisons. But it would have been an idea or an initiative that has started in the 7th administration. So perhaps next year we should have that honest reflection and discussion on the matter. And when we do, perhaps we would have also have reports on the bilaterals with the Department of Health on state patients, on the foreign nationals, home affairs, justice, international relations, justice as well on those who are waiting trial for more than 2 years. And then have that honest reflection. If we leave all of this component out, do we still have overcrowding? And if not, how do we ensure the current space that we have still become accommodative? Because another issue on infrastructure, we're failing to even maintain the current ones that we have. We're battling to maintain them. Then it means the quickest solution is to build new so that we let go of the old. It can be. Awukwazi ukulahla indlu endala because of there's a new house. You must maintain the one you stay in first and be satisfactory to an extent that you are now saying, I'm expanding. You are not dealing with a crisis. You are just saying, no, I think the space now is too small for me. Let me expand to a bigger space. It becomes more reasonable. But now it's more like we're running away from a crisis, and to run away from it, let's build new structures. Can be. But those are some of our views. But perhaps we need to have an ideal portfolio committee view with the department and yourself as JICS. The suicide matter of inmates due to overdose is a worrying factor, and I think it's something that we do not have. Perhaps if JICS can provide us with that information, so that the day we conclude on the issue of unnatural death, we have that, so that it gets to be equally packaged in that aspect. On the vacancies, we have noted that you have 43 funded vacancies in the year that is under review. And we have been consistent in saying all funded posts must be filled, or vacancies must be filled. So we will monitor JICS on your quarterly reports on this matter of filling the funded post vacancies, so that we check whether you are addressing these vacancies as you should, because they are funded. On the underspending, which makes an indication that you have underspent by 12.38 million in the year under review, it's a serious concern, especially because of you always come to the portfolio committee and cry about minimum resources or lack of resources. You have an opportunity of resources, you don't spend on them, but you equally want more resources. So we'll equally on this one monitor you on your spending patterns when you come before the portfolio committee in every quarter to see if you are spending in line with your plans, your targets and budget. On improvements on inspections, I think the last portfolio committee we had was on virtual, where the portfolio committee went hard on the inspecting judge on inspections because there were less. We commend you for improving the number of announced inspections from 136 in the previous financial year, which is 2023-2024, to now 150 in this financial year that is under review. As well, equally on the unannounced inspections, which were from 12 in the previous year to now 21. We do commend that improvement, because that last portfolio committee we had in virtual was a worrying factor to us on the number. So we really do commend that you do take recommendations that the portfolio committee recommends to yourselves, and there is greater improvement and achievement to them. So we really commend you on that. But we're not saying stick to 150, let's push it even higher. And we equally commend you on migrating your ICT infrastructure from DCS to CETA. Gito has too much problems, so you have lessened his problems there by DCS. But we fully commending you on a full migration process. And equally on developing your own website separately from a DCS developed platform. Now the divorce thing, it's really showing that you really, and the divorce is in good faith, with both parties agreeing on what is mine, what is yours. Yeah. So without having to go to courts and say, no, I'm entitled, no. We note that this was a very, yes, and comprehensive divorce, in which we encourage. And we also noted that you procured wireless network for your 3 regions, which is KZN and Eastern Cape and Central Management. Hope you can expand to other regions as well. So we'll equally monitor that expansion of yours when you come on quarterly reports. And the last one, which is very close to my heart, would be the integration and appointments of ICCVs into the management space. This shows trust, and then it is development, and you are breeding even confidence to those who have appointed, that you acknowledge their hard work and participation, which then will talk to those who are remaining in the ICCVs to up their game. So we commend you for that, and also yielding our call as the portfolio committee on recognizing the ICCVs. And we hope you take it even further if there are opportunities. But we still say those who qualify must be recognized, so that it equally encourages those who don't qualify to equally go back to school, so that they can also look at other opportunities. And also those who are leaving the space, not because of they are redundant in the space or there is hostility, but because of growth in other fields. DCS, justice. So we equally congratulate them in their new responsibilities, even though they leave you with vacancies that you need to fill. Because when we're in the Eastern Cape, I think we saw that there were vacancies of ICCVs in that space that requires to be filled. So these are some of the recommendations we're putting. A full detailed one will be given to yourselves once we have concluded. Therefore, thank you so much for coming through and for staying through the whole day. It's not a normal, usual thing that you normally do. Today it was your first, that you stay through the whole day or the whole process. Nisebenzile today. Nibonakele ngo nisemsebenzini Miss Gema. Naqala naqina ngayo. So we hope even in other, when we cluster you will stay through the whole day. So members, we started as 7 members. We are concluding as 4 because of 3 had to urgently leave. To that extent, we had to even co-opt Ms. Soazi and Mr. Matabata to beef us up with JICS. So thank you, National Commissioner, for staying through with your team as well. It has been a long day. It's Friday. Those who are still going to the airport, kindly travel safe on your journey home, and those who are traveling tomorrow, equally travel safe. Mudimu lebadimu be with you guys and travel safe until we converge again. I don't know when we're going to meet you. Is it the 4th of November? Yes, on the 4th of November. DCS, the coming weeks are just dedicated to DCS. Yours is the 4th of November. So we'll converge and meet on the 4th of November. The meeting therefore stands adjourned. Thank you so much.